She's already online.
I can't hear anything now. Dilip? Hello, can you hear me? I can't hear anything from you
Hello,
guys.
hello. Ma'am, can you hear us now? Hello. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello? I can't hear anything.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Should I be starting now?
Ma'am, please
Hello?
allow me to introduce you first and then we can begin. All right?
Okay, so will I be able to see on the screen when you are introducing me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got you. Thank you.
Good morning, friends, and welcome to day 2 of the Global Tipping Point Summit. Technology, as we see, comes with its own baggage. We have no other choice but to go with the flow. As Kumi ma'am has already mentioned to the audience, our speaker today is joining us all the way from the United States. But before we begin our session today, once again, a few house rules. We're already familiar with them, but I'll just repeat them for participants who are attending for the first time. Mobile phones to be switched off, washrooms on the first floor, water dispenser on the first floor, tea and coffee will be served on the first floor. And Kumi ma'am's books are available for sale outside. Since she's present here, she will gladly autograph them for whoever wishes to buy them. We will begin with our session now. Like I said earlier, our next speaker, our speaker for the day, the first speaker for the day, is joining us all the way from the United States. She is a Waldorf Steiner educator, and her teaching journey has encompassed the SSC and ICSE curriculum, teaching at a non-profit foundation in India and to Waldorf education in the United States. Passionate about the Waldorf philosophy, the arc of her teaching experience ranges from early childhood to elementary grades, middle school and high school within the Waldorf schools in the United States. Aside from classroom teaching, she has spearheaded various community engagement initiatives during her work in enrollment, promoting the holistic and artistic paradigm of head, heart, and hands. a paradigm unique to the Waldorf Steiner education. Inspired by the diverse group of students she has met on her journey and their challenges and successes, she has been heartened by the healing quality of Waldorf education and its ability to foster and nurture knowledge among a variety of learning styles and learners. She has an undergraduate degree in anthropology, history, and a graduate degree in ancient Indian culture and education from India, a Waldorf teaching certificate from the US. A former student of modern dance and jazz ballet, she promotes movement and American folk dancing within the classroom experience. Her work today is rooted in the imagination that every child is nourished by a wonderful storyteller, moved by the beat and rhythm of a great poem or song, or the patterns inherent in the timetables, the wonder of a geometric construction, or a thrilling arithmetic puzzle. Expanding spaces within the heart and soul of a young child so that they can experience awe and reverence towards the world, engage in purposeful activity with their hands, and inquire with clarity of thought should be the fundamental promise of education. This is her guiding belief. Welcome, Nazneen Kateli D'Souza, ma'am. We look forward to a joyful classroom learning with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the introduction. As you hear, I'm kind of here in the United States, very late in the night over here. So hopefully this enthusiasm is infectious and you all can help me along the way here. So as you know, I've been a Waldorf educator, and today I'm really looking forward to bringing the overarching principles and ideas that encapsulate Waldorf pedagogy. And as you imagine, I'm trying to distill this philosophy within 1 hour, and that's a mighty task. So my hope is that some aspects of this sharing can be comprehended and incorporated into your classroom, as well as it helps you to be the best teacher that you can be. And I ask that you come with an open heart and an imaginative heart and come along on this journey with me today. I'm going to now share my screen, and as you know, technology can be a little funny. So how will I know if you can see my screen? Okay, I'm going to share here. And then, okay. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see the full screen now, Dilip?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you're on
Okay.
screen.
Wonderful. I can't see anybody, but here we go. And so hopefully some artistic principles that shall guide your teaching. So many of you must be wondering what is Waldorf education? Who's Rudolf Steiner? So I thought I'd give you a little background. He was an Austrian philosopher born in 1861, and he was the founder who founded Waldorf schools, and the first one in Stuttgart. And it was a philosophy that came out of World War I, where there arose this rejection of a narrow utilitarian concept of education towards a more humanist approach, emphasizing the unity of head, heart, and hands. Well, Rudolf Steiner's the basis of Waldorf education is a spiritual philosophy called anthroposophy. Anthropos meaning man, Sophia, wisdom. And that has influenced many initiatives, including Waldorf education. Some of you may have heard about biodynamic agriculture. There is curative education, like the Campbell movement, architecture, eurythmy. So there is a whole list of things that have been influenced by Steiner's philosophy. So I thought it'd be a great idea to take you on a visual journey inside a Waldorf school. So the images you're going to see are a Waldorf school classroom, student work, a lot of art, of course, Waldorf students create their own books, so you'll be seeing a lot of visuals of their classroom books and, of course, the walls of the school. So here we go. Okay, so those were images of a Waldorf classroom, a lot of student work, some teacher chalkboard work, but mostly um, the education brought through in this visual format to you. So I thought today we'll spend our time talking about Waldorf education in three ways. A little brief background about Rudolph's, the first Waldorf school. You may be wondering, how did it all start? So a little bit of that. Some of the principles and themes that run through Waldorf pedagogy that we as teachers kind of implement. But I have to stress here, this is really an overarching principles. And, it, of course, you may go deep anytime, picking up several Waldorf books on pedagogy. And the last one I thought would be very helpful, hopefully, to you teachers, is some artistic elements that can enliven your classroom. So, as I said, the beginning was started after World War I, where, the times were ripe for a new educational philosophy. And Rudolf Steiner was entrusted to create a pedagogy serving the children of the Waldorf Astoria cigarette factory. And the first Freie Waldorfschule, the Free Waldorf School, comes into fruition in 2019 in Stuttgart, Germany. That's the image of the first school in Stuttgart. And the owner of the Waldorf Astoria cigarette factory was Emil Molt. And he believed and envisioned in this free school as a universal human right to education for his workers' children. And this free Waldorf school was envisioned where every child, regardless of class, social class, nationality, denomination, talent, or gender, could come together and learn together. And Rudolf Steiner, of course, helped handpick and write the curriculum for the first Waldorf school. So what is Waldorf education and these overarching principles? Let's first look at the analogy of a plant. As Steiner says, life in its wholeness is like a plant, and the plant contains not only what it offers to external life, but it also holds a future state within its hidden depths. The plant already contains in its hidden depths the flowers and fruit in embryo. Likewise, the whole of human life also contains within it the seeds of its own future. And if you were to think of that as a teacher, then you may ask, how do you as an educator water the plant, right? Judicious watering versus overwatering. You know, we're going to explore more of the judicious watering, but we also have to think about that overwatering, that no matter, those of you who have houseplants at home and who do garden can attest that however much you water, the leaf will unfold only at the right time, and the bud will come through only at the right time, and the blossom will come through only at the right time, regardless of how much water you pour into the plant. In fact, too much water can cause, waterlogging, and the plant may die. Well, Waldorf education recognizes that the whole human being is a vehicle of consciousness and not the brain alone. And there exists an essential unity between the bodily powers of growth and our later powers of thought. And those powers we use in thinking come from the same powers responsible for the life, form, and growth of the body. Rudolf Steiner's insights on child development encapsulate that. At the same time, those same growth forces, as you can imagine, there is something else at play. And A.C. Harwood was a Waldorf teacher, and he explains it very succinctly. The childhood is a time of losing capacities as well as of acquiring them. Growing up is loss as well as gain. We sometimes need to forget what we most need to learn, and it comes around again. And as educators, we have to be very sensitive to these subtle shifts and changes in the young child. The whole period, according to Steiner, till the change of teeth, the child is still growing. It's making use of the same forces which after the 7th year appear as intellectual forces. According to Rudolf Steiner, there is an interrelationship at play between thinking, the expression in the brain and the nervous system, the feeling life, the expression in the heart, the rhythmic, the breathing and the circulation, and the willing, the expression in the metabolic and limb system. And this interrelationship is the way we know, the unity in knowing. So the qualities of thinking, feeling, and willing are all involved in knowing. But each is unique in its blossoming and coming to force at particular stages in child development. So here we go. The stages 0 to 7 years are the years of the willing. The willing is more in the physicality of the young child, exploring things, using imitation as a way of knowing the world. Play is very important to the young child at this age. 7 to 14 is the feeling realm, this imaginative feeling world where relational aspects are very important to this young child. And 14 to 21 are those very abstract, ways of thinking, the very logical, analytical ways of reasoning come into play in the young child. There is an alchemy at play. The various forces come to the fore at various stages, unique in their ability to shape and sculpt the human form in the early years and active in the human soul as intelligence and memory in later years. So let's look a little closer. 0 to 7, the imitation, the sensory, the participatory way of knowing the world. Let me see with my hands. That's the young child. The sensory element is so important. And of course, healthy play. Now research shows this incredible, intimate, harmonious relationship between play, the human body, and those later cognitive, imaginative, and creative skills of the young mind. The engagement in the physical environment, the dirt and the water, gardening, going out for nature walks, climbing trees. That's the way the young child is getting to know and understand the world. And at the same time, it's kind of a sponge taking in what's out there without us having to explain everything. The imitation of the surrounding, the gestures of the teacher, the way we talk, the way we tell stories, the way we bring ideas to them is very much imitated by the young child. So, what should be the task of the teacher in the classroom then? We teach best by providing surroundings for exploration and engagement and by being worthy of imitation. So that's the 0 to 7 years. The 7 to 14 is this very pictorial, imaginative, and relational aspect of the curriculum. Habits and inclinations, the conscience, character, memory, temperament, they come into play. And they are this imaginative quality. The curriculum that has proper inner meaning and value is very important for them to comprehend the world. And the child meets the world out of their own growing sense of individuality. Task of a teacher in this realm is that awaken the intellectual and moral power in the young child, and which has rich creative and qualitative and relational quality to it. Am I still sharing? Okay.
Now we can see you, ma'am, on screen.
Oh, you can, but can you see my screen?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I did something. Let me try again. Hold on. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened.
Yes, now. Now we can see your screen, ma'am.
Okay. Show my screen.
Ma'am, we can see your screen already. Your screen is already on our screen, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, 1 second. Can you see everything now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, so the teaching that awakens the intellectual and moral power in the young child, creative, imaginative, and relational quality to it. Steiner talks a lot about this moral and spiritual task of the teacher, bringing images from, history and geography. There's a certain, morality is also a strong force in the imaginative and creative elements of learning and knowing the world. And sometimes we forget, we think of us giving information in a very instructional way, but we forget that teaching is a soul quality and that the young child is really wanting to understand those deep relationships, that kind of understanding of who was this conqueror, or how is that pattern, how is multiplication and division kind of having that relationship. And bringing up this element, especially teachers who are teaching from the first to the 7th or 8th grade, it's very important that you create in the inner life of this young child and give them images where they kind of get a sense that, that out of their own moral sense, that the good is beautiful and that the bad is ugly. You know, it's also there in the relational quality of the natural world, and also mathematical concepts, geometry, and also being a little playful with the young child. You know, you can say, you could start your day with saying, "Today, I am a flower and you're a honeybee. Let's see what you're going to tell me this morning." You know, when you're doing botany, allow them to think, what would be the conversation between a rose and a tulip, or a big banyan tree and a big fir tree? You know, so you're seeing these relationships in the natural world and imagining, oh, because this tree is different, they need something else. Or because this pollinator is coming to the flower, it's going to look for something within me. So you're bringing science in a relational way to to the young child. Hello? Am I still here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I somehow cannot move my slide to the next one.
Ma'am,
Okay. Yes. Should I stop sharing and then start again?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can try that.
Okay. I didn't realize it would be so difficult, so I'm so sorry. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. Need to move to the next slide, but it won't let me. Oh dear, I don't know what to do now.
Ma'am, go on the PowerPoint presentation and from there you click next, ma'am.
Okay.
On the presentation slide.
I thought I was doing that. So I thought I'm sure. How do I go back then?
Yes, ma'am. Use your arrows, ma'am, to share the screen. Or you can close the presentation and start again, ma'am.
Okay. Let's try. It just won't let me move on.
Perhaps Nazneen,
Yes.
you can shut down your PowerPoint. We can try
Okay.
running it from here. We can't do it while your PowerPoint is on.
But how will I see my PowerPoint?
You can, as you talk, we'll change the slides at our end.
But how will I be able to see what what I'm showing? Is my question.
How many more slides do you have to this?
Quite a few.
I see. Okay. Let us try from this end.
Okay. Let me try one more time. Okay.
We do. We do.
I
It's on
I
our
can't see
computer.
anything that's over there. Oh,
The presentation is there in the presentations. We downloaded it.
can I go off and come back again? Can I go off and come back again?
Yes, yes.
Okay, let me do that. Let me do that. Okay. Shall I share? I'll try now. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear
Can you
you
hear
and we can see the screen.
Okay, okay, thank God. So the next place is the 14 to 21 years, the conceptual and intellectual ways of thinking. This is when the child really is able to create these abstract thoughts and has this flexibility and power to weigh in and think in very, very critical ways. And the power of observation is very attuned, and the qualities of idealism come to the fore in search for the truth. And these newly acquired faculties are very dependent on this participatory, that's the willing and the imaginative ways of knowing of early years. And the task of the teacher is a curriculum that nurtures conceptual thinking, that's creative and caring, and that blossoms into insight and wisdom over the years. Now, the picture of wholeness of the human being is not that of static oneness. It's characterized by differentiations, those interrelationships and living processes. And so nothing really is static in that way. Well, your takeaway of this aspect is that abstract concepts and intellectuality are not introduced prematurely, as it takes away the formative and the growth forces needed to form a sound and healthy body. And these growth forces have an inherent body embedded wisdom, which blossoms later into powerful cognitive forces. The young child. Come on in then, little girl, or else stay out. But in the open door she stands, and bites her lips and twists her hands, and stares upon me troubled-eyed. Mother, she says, I can't decide. I can't decide. Most of the time, our students are on that threshold. Well, and then you may ask, who is the teacher who is bringing this philosophy to the young child? The teacher is an artist. Rudolf Steiner always imagined the Waldorf teacher as a true artist. He called it the art of education. And if you really think about it, as a teacher, you stand there with your imaginative, creative capacity, trying to explore ideas and bringing concepts to these young students in a way where you're meeting soul to soul. It's not really, there is no neurochemicals in the brain going from the teacher to the student. There is a heart quality, a feeling quality to knowing and knowledge. And A.C. Harwood encapsulates it by saying that the nature of art is always in some measure to present the eternal in the guise of the temporal and local. And the art of teaching is to make the enjoyed moment serve the whole of life. Perhaps it is also the art of living. So, inward qualities, Rudolf Steiner says there is a lot at play. The best teacher, the ones who walk into this class with this feeling of humility that we ourselves are still only becoming. To hold that idea that knowledge is expansive, knowledge is imponderable, and you as a teacher are trying to make sense of bringing something alive that lives in this world through your words, through your ideas, through some kind of your gestures or your voice, or bringing that poem or bringing that song that exemplifies what you're trying to say or bring. And inner striving, the work that leads to knowledge. Steiner always asked that the teachers, he made a mathematician a literature teacher and the literature person a math teacher. That was a way of Steiner exploring the idea that we teach best what we most need to learn, that it's the teachers striving, trying to comprehend those concepts in their bodies that make the best teachers. We sometimes imagine that the adult eyes are the ones the children understand, but the way the child learns is very different from adult eyes. You may write a math equation on the chalkboard, which may make complete sense to you, but is not to a young child. So that striving, let me make it, what is that? What is this relation I'm bringing to the students? Or how am I bringing this idea of fertilization, of pollination in botany, of geology, this idea that these big boulders are constantly in some way moving, this big rock will one day be a little piece of sand, or these complex ideas of the natural world. We sometimes forget when we think all we're giving is information in a very reductionist way, but that's really not what we as teachers should be doing. So that inner striving to create an image when you're bringing the concept of fraction to the young child. What is a fraction? Wow, it's between 0 and 1. A fraction is less than 1. That itself is something that you can bring through food. Give me 1/10 of something, give me 1/4 of something. Oops, 1/10, even though the 10 is bigger, is actually a small sliver compared to 1/4 of that cake. You see, that's the way the child, bringing food to them is a great way of the teacher striving to make a concept easier. Rudolf Steiner always thought about this reverence towards the children. That was a very, very important part of Waldorf education. The idea, again, coming to the analogy of the plant, that there is a cosmic wisdom that we bring as children, that each one of us comes along with their own destiny. And it is the teacher who looks and understands this child with reverence. Has an incredible impact on the young child compared to an irreverent way of looking at a child or teaching as a whole. Enthusiasm for the subject. Steiner said that, imagine as a teacher, you walk in, think of yourself removing, it's like a snake skin you got to remove and enter into the classroom. You have to forget yourself at the classroom door and immerse yourself in that subject. And I think that's a great imagination to understand when you really are enthusiastic about the subject, you really forget who you are and you enliven what you're bringing from a very inward understanding of what you're bringing to them. And of course, guardianship towards all children, that you are kind of shepherding them towards something, that they are all coming together to understand something. Steiner also really had a lot of meditative and contemplative verses for the teacher. Waldorf teachers have a meditative life is a big aspect of Waldorf teachers. In this one wonderful one, imbue thyself with the power of imagination. Have courage for the truth. Sharpen thy feeling for responsibility of soul. There are many, many verses that Steiner has given to teachers. We say them at the beginning of the school day. We say them during our faculty meetings every Thursday. And of course, also you can, there are various verses for the teacher to take in their contemplative life as well. The world is good, the world is beautiful, the world is true. Steiner talks about the imagination for the child who's under 7 years old, 0 to 7, to bring them images through your curriculum that rests in this soul quality for the young child, that the world is good. And for the 7 to 14, bring images in your curriculum, be it math, be it geometry, be it geology, be it geography, that the world is beautiful. And for those high school students, where you bring those concepts and they have these aha moments of the relationship of the natural world to the physical world, or the astronomy or geology. The world is true, and these images can be brought through poetry, reading something from literature, seeing relationships in math, and the Fibonacci series, looking at the golden mean, the golden ratio, using these geometric forms to understand, concepts that are in the mineral world as well as in the natural world. Well, another wonderful thing about the children's knowing is that it's not always too literal, that it's a bit magical and very much imaginative. And Emily Dickinson, this lovely poet, I think captures it in this lovely poem. And for me as a Waldorf teacher, I've always gone to this poem to remind myself the quality of the way we teach. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Success in circuit lies, too bright for our infirm delight. The truth's supreme surprise, as lightning to the children eased, an explanation kind. The truth must dazzle gradually, or every man be blind. And I'll repeat that last two lines again. The truth must dazzle gradually, or every man be blind. And teachers, we bring so many elements of truth and beauty. And when we just say, oh, a circle is equidistant from the center, every point in a circle is equidistant, and that's the circle. Dear teachers, that is not a circle to the young child's heart and soul. That is not. But if you can imaginatively tell a story about who knows where the first circle came from, story goes that perhaps there was a farmer who had put his cow on a stake and had roped the cow, and the cow was walking in circular movements. And the farmer realized, oh, look, that looks like a full perfect circle. So there are many ways to bring this imaginative way where the children get this aha moment in their lives as you go about, teaching. I think it's quite okay to say that it's anathema to say a definition and then explain things to the young child. The most important things in teaching and in education are those that are imponderable. And that's a quote by Rudolf Steiner. And I think it behooves us as educators to always remember that in the end, what we teach and how it's received are those imponderable questions of humanity. Oops. So we're going to pause here. Can you guys hear me still?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Should I hit escape, Dilip?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I will. Can you guys see me? I can't see you.
Ma'am, go to Chrome.
I can see you now. Okay. I thought it'd be nice if just for a few minutes we could just like jot down something of what your fondest childhood classroom memory is, or what was your favorite subject and why, or if you were to think of a symbol or color that represents that fond memory of subject, what would it be? And what colors would you use to draw it? I think I'm going to rest my voice a little and ask you to do that for a few minutes. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Kumi, have I gone over an hour? I don't know.
Not really. We still have some time, and perhaps you'll take some questions because we
Yes.
have a long tea break. We can go on up
Okay.
to 12,
So I
10,
had
15.
some, could I just move on and show you some of the things that you
I
can bring
think
in your
so.
classroom?
I think
Yeah?
so. You have 20 more minutes. We'll cut
Okay.
short the tea break. We'll make it a 15-minute break if you don't mind, because we'd like to start even Professor Omkar's session on time. Is that okay? 15 minutes? Right? Okay. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
should I just
Nazim, you have
continue on?
20 more minutes.
Continue on?
You have 20 more minutes.
Okay. Why don't you take this pause and just, jot something down if you like, and I'll just continue on?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I don't know now what I'm supposed to do. Gosh, it's kind of done something again, and I don't know.
Ma'am, share screen and present from current screen.
Present. It's just giving me two options, Dilip. Present something else or stop sharing.
Stop sharing and start share again, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, slideshow. Okay. Okay, so let's just quickly, in the next five to 10 minutes, talk about the artistic elements you can bring. So, voice. This is something that you could always use. We call it in the Waldorf world, we call it your story voice. So instead of saying, students, please sit down, we say, students, could we all sit down, please? Or, just using that voice in a way that is warm and that allows for attention, that inattentiveness, it's almost like grounding the students with your voice, or using it in a way, the pathos, bringing the pathos alive, especially if you are a language arts or a history, humanities teacher. Gesture, especially with the young children, gestures are so important. The way you use your hand, the way you use your body, especially in the very early years of early childhood and the younger grades. The language of metaphor, just what I said earlier, the truth must dazzle gradually, or every man be blind. Metaphor is a very useful way to incorporate, imagery in your classroom teaching, and making sure that you're using this wonderful way of asking questions of them, making them feel like, if you are going to be, there is this lovely way, the first slide that you saw, the gnomes in the Waldorf first grade, the Porter plus is the plus sign. He always likes to add, Donna divide is very fair. Everything has to be equal. Mini minus is always very slender and giving away things, and Tammy Times is always doing cartwheels and telling Porta Plus, don't count 1, 2, 3, 4. You can count 2, 4, 6, 8. Or, you know, it's a nice way. It's a metaphorical way of understanding. Oh, that's what the 4 processes are all about. But it's a simple example of that. Storytelling and narration. In the Waldorf School, we never read from our notes. We never read from a textbook in front of the students. We are always telling them things. So, of course, there's a lot of preparation at home to bring things to the children. But those are some things, even if it's a short story, you could always learn about using that as a tool, even as a set induction, a beginning of something. From the whole to the parts, always we imagine, we don't give definitions of various things and then classify that into a whole, but we rather bring, for example, in mathematics, it's very common for a Waldorf teacher to say 10 equals, and the children will say 8 plus 2 or 7 plus 3 or 5 plus 5 or 100 minus 90. You know, it's the whole 10. And how do you come to 10? You come to 10 in different ways. So that's this whole idea of not teaching in silos, but bringing that wholeness first. And then if you're teaching botany, bring the wholeness of the natural world, the globe, the earth, and then go into the flowers and the root system. Always bring that for the young child. Movement, rhythms, beats, and harmony. Rhythm in the Waldorf School can be various things. We sometimes call a rhythm this kind of idea of bringing something as an introduction, then having the core new material, and then ending in a certain way. So that is a rhythm, but also musical rhythms and harmony. We do individual work to group work to those born on a Monday, those born on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday. We kind of try to enliven the classroom with getting them to move, and then asking a question and each group responding, or creating questions for the other groups. So movement is not just going out and doing gymnastics or playing racquetball. Music, the harmony and rounds, we do a lot of harmonizing music and singing in the classroom as well, a cappella. I understand sometimes it's hard to bring those things, but if you are teaching some core aspect of a culture, it's so wonderful to bring some music of that culture. If you're teaching North India, bring a song from there. If you're talking about you know biology, and you know of some songs that someone had created about birds or the bees, or there is so much stuff out there especially on the internet today, that a teacher can use it as an encyclopedia to find these relationships and bring it to them. Poetry, recitation, alliterative verse, that is a given. Even in the middle of your class, if it's a 40-minute period, you can stop and say, recite a poem and teach them. Then every time you have that class, they know after that 20-minute break, there comes that poem. And it could be about the stars, it could be about math, it could be about geometry, it could be about language arts, it could be anything. So again, just enlivening that and using that. Playful transitions in the Waldorf School, because our periods are for 40 or 50 minutes, we try and bring a transition. We can do a clapping game and everybody like call and response, or we do some kind of a teacher give me a synonym for the word, and they know that that's the time when they put their pens down and people are just saying a synonym for the word awful or something, or an antonym for the word, and there is laughter and joy, and this kind of a soul mood is brought in, where there's this a place for you to laugh, and a place for humor, and a place for perhaps a little story, a romance, or a place for some kind of tragedy. These are qualities that you can bring just during those transitions or even in your teaching. What, where, when, why, whom. We always ask these questions, and to make sure that the students have heard or understood things. But there's also this wonderful way of asking what if. The what if question is always in math. It's like, what if the denominator was this, or what if the numerator was this? In historical aspects, you could even ask the what if question, if the calamity of what if this ruler happened to have died, or what if this idea was not taken up, and there was a rebellion to that idea. Or there are many ways for them to think about possibilities, and that's another way of using what they've learned towards something else. Always pause and review. That's something that is so important and vital, and we make really good use of that. Like, when we teach something, the next day there's always a short review before we bring in any new material, and that's a great gem to have in your pocket. Subtracting, removing, as teachers, we're always adding to a problem, or we always give a situation and then add something to it and add more and create a more complex situation. But sometimes complexity can also be brought to subtraction by removing something from the equation and saying, but what about this? So always think about that as well. The creative power of incomplete. Rudolf Steiner always said that it is in giving something incomplete to children that you're bringing their creative powers to complete. And in the Waldorf kindergarten, you'll notice these dolls with no faces at all. And the idea behind that is, only when you give children these incomplete dolls, then they can put the gesture of laughter or happiness or sadness to this doll. If you give them complete toys that are imagined by an adult, then the child's play is extremely, what should I say? It's not engaging. It's very, whitewashed sort of. There is nothing much left for the child's imagination to come through. So there are other ideas of the doing. You could do collaborative. This is the way, again, for children to move. Collaborative math. This is a student work of geometry, dividing the circle into that 12-part circle, and then using design. We do a lot of group review and word games, map work and geography, and class collaboration. We use a lot of clay, sometimes to sculpt geographical landscapes, or work in elementary physics, using and creating different things. Charades are very popular in a Waldorf school, mental math games, and many more. Chicago Waldorf School had an enrollment brochure where there was this young child holding the globe, and it read, "I learned to read the world before I learned to read the word." And I think, in a nutshell, that really encapsulates Waldorf education. Well, I don't think we have that much time, because this was a video we could have watched. But later on, if you all want to do look at it later. And of course, there are some classroom schedules. When we were talking about metaphor, this is a great lunch blessing. We do a lunch blessing, or at the end of the school day, we have a little verse: "The silver rain, the shining sun, the fields where scarlet poppies run, and all the ripples of the wheat are in the bread that we do eat. So when we sit for every meal and say a grace, we always feel that we are eating rain and sun and fields where scarlet poppies run." That's the lunch, and children go out to lunch after reciting that verse.
Excuse
We
me,
play the recorder and the
Nazneen,
flute.
excuse
Yes.
me. Sorry, what is the length of your video? Because perhaps then we could cut short the question time by 4 or
And
5
just see
minutes.
the video?
Yes.
Okay. It's a long video, but we can actually just see it for a little bit.
Or if you just pass it on to us, perhaps during the lunch
Yes.
break, we can watch
Okay.
it.
Yes. That'll be lovely.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Please carry on. Please
No,
carry on.
that's about it. I'll just going to end my presentation, stop sharing.
I'm sure there are a lot of questions.
Yes, I know. And I just wanted to apologize that there is so much to it's a deep philosophy, as you imagine, to bring it in 1 hour. I barely scratched the surface. And I'm sure there are so many questions because I'm just kind of like a railroad just going through it all. So yes, questions. I would love them.
Questions from students, teachers, anyone? Firstly, wouldn't you want to learn this way? It is just so developmentally friendly. Nothing is forced. Not that a child should learn this in this class. Who decides? We. How much do we really care for child development? This is a lovely, caring philosophy which I came across when I was a professor in the university. And somebody just told me one day, there is a new kind of school here. Would you like to come and see it? I was amazed because when I saw the kids there, they were completely absorbed in doing different things. They didn't even notice that an outsider was looking at them. They were not conscious, and they just seemed to be so natural in what they did. That stimulated my thinking, and I went on to read copiously on Waldorf philosophy. But of course, Nazneen, if I knew you earlier, my life would have been simpler. I would have just learnt it from you. And then I tried to implement it. It's a long story, but I don't want to talk about myself. So please come up with any kind of questions that you may have for Ms. Nazneen while she's here. When we link up with foreign participants, we've kept 1.5 hours fearing technical glitches.
I'm so glad to hear
no
that.
problem at all, Nazneen. You don't have to worry about it in the least. It happens, and these are the joys of technology. But we could link up with you sitting in Seattle and we here, thanks to
Yeah.
technology. So
Yeah.
I think we've got a lot to ask. Come on, students. Come on, teachers. A few questions from you, please.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So we could see that there is the transition from 0 to 7 and 7 to 14 and 14 to 21. And I'm very curious to know how do you transit, between these groups when the child goes from 7 to 8 and you now understand the child is in a new phase because then there is a 7 to 14 understanding there, and so
Yes.
there must be some ways to actually very gently, gradually, gracefully transit from the 0
So-
to, yeah.
Yes. So I also wanted to say that there are many layers of this pedagogy. What I showed you was just a little bit. So Steiner talks about those growth forces. And so the change of teeth in a world of, like, teachers look for those shifts in the physicality. And those are the forces that are now, it's a sign that now those building forces are freed up for more of this intellectual powers in the young child. So change of teeth is one of the ideas that, not ideas, is one of the things we see. And then, of course, there are these first grade ready things like cross-laterality, like crossing of the midline, the right and left brain, because in the Waldorf school, the children always do knitting. And by the way, that's a new research showing that there is an incredibly, like a intimate, harmonious, and indispensable relationship between the hand and the brain. And Waldorf is always about the hands, And so this kind of slow understanding, it's a pictorial way where the alphabet is brought in first grade, a pictorial way in which the 4 processes of subtraction, division, multiplication are brought. And of course, the children start writing, these letter forms and all. And there is a lot of rhymes and verses that the teacher writes, and the children start with we start off with a lot of consonants first, and then we bring in the vowel sounds, and we talk about the vowels as the singing sounds, because the vowels give the sound to the word. So it's it's done in a very, I guess, methodical way. But there is also, I wanted to say, there is this understanding of the changing consciousness in the young child. So the first grade is all about the fairy tales, and the 8th grade is the Industrial Revolution. There's a whole over arc. 2nd grade is Saints and Fables. So the 8-year-old child is inwardly, can be as foxy as a fox and as saintly as a saint. And those stories corroborate what the young child is feeling in their soul life. The 9-year-old, there's a shift that happens, whereas a child who's 9 is now, Steiner calls it crossing the Rubicon. You're saying goodbye to childhood. And there is this kind of, so you are the teacher. Then, the 10-year-old, the 12-year change. So the curriculum meets them in a very philosophical way. And of course, the math, the way we bring math is differs. Like, for example, we don't teach fractions till 4th grade. We always keep the number as a whole number. The number only comes to parts after the 9-year change, after crossing that Rubicon of childhood. So you see, it's very it's very deeply esoteric. So it's sometimes hard to bring a young new audience to a pedagogy that's deeply rooted in such an esoteric philosophy. But yes, so it's all gradual.
One quick question to
Yes.
that is, all this while we've been talking in groups, and age groups and things like that. And then nowadays, there's a lot more emphasis on the individual child, and the individual child as how the child has his own pace and own way of perceiving things, learning things. There are different methodologies in which
Yes.
the child excels or does not.
Yeah.
So how do you, go between groups to the
Yes.
individual child,
Yeah.
as different from putting them in
Yeah.
groups and the individual child having his or her own
Yeah.
perception and way of learning?
Yes. So it's a great question. So in the Waldorf classroom, we have all kinds of children. In fact, these days we see children who need a lot of remedial work. Most parents bring their children to a Waldorf school, hoping that that healing aspect of the education helps their child learn better. And because in the Waldorf school we have so much curricula that's diverse. So for example, there's knitting, there is singing, there's recorder playing, there is art, there is math, there's language. A child who may not be good in reading may be fantastic in movement and running, or doing something. A child who is fantastic in reading may be terrible at knitting. A child who may be fantastic in mathematics cannot move to the beat of the song with that instrument in their hand. So children themselves come to realize that we're all different. We all learn differently. And there is a lot of cross-pollination that happens in small groups within the classroom. Johnny, could you help Chloe finish that sentence, please? There are a lot of helpers. Who can be a helper to Audrey today? She really needs help tying her shoelaces or getting out of the classroom there are so many ways where children can help each other. We as teachers need to understand that we need to allow everybody's goldenness to shine through. Everyone's golden inside, but it's the astuteness of the teacher through careful observation that allows peers to look at each other differently. And of course, there's individuation as well. You know, we don't force children in reading is such an abstract concept. You know, to bring abstraction so early is just it's so unhealthy for the young child. You know, you're really siphoning off their creative and imaginative forces when you bring abstract learning so harshly to a young child's soul. You just kind of, you know, and I think of a plant and watering the plant, you are just waterlogging. You're just like filling up that pot with water, and that poor plant is unable to. And imagine a child who inwardly, I don't know the answer. Do I know the answer? I don't. Should I? Should I raise my hand? Should I keep it down? Should I? And the teacher thinks that the child doesn't know because they didn't raise their hand. You know, so I think it's the astuteness and the observation of the teacher. And even in faculty meetings, talk to your colleagues what you observed, something beautiful about the child, especially children who are having a hard time. And when attention is brought to the struggles of a child in a very sacred, in a sacred space, you'd be amazed to see how a child blossoms. So I think that kind of differentiation, that kind of observation, that kind of acknowledgement, that kind of encouragement amongst peers and amongst the adult people who teach is very, very important in education. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Um, Good morning, ma'am. I just wanted to know, generally, how does the Waldorf education system define success as compared to traditional education systems?
Okay, now that is what is success? What do you mean by success? Success as what? Because
Um,
that's a big word.
r-
What do you mean by
Right.
that?
So, generally, in a traditional education system, success would probably be defined as how well you do in your exams or how good you are
Oh, you
academically.
mean like academic? Like, do we test students? Is that your question?
Yeah,
Then,
so like generally, like in a traditional education setup, success would be defined as how well you do in your exams, for example. So,
yeah,
taking that into consideration, how does the Waldorf education system define success? Is it
yeah.
completely
So
academic based, or
we don't actually, to be fair, to be really honest, we never ever use the word success because imagine what, you know, knowledge. When is knowledge successful and when is knowledge not successful? Like everything is learning, everything is knowing. You know, it's society. What society puts a price on you knowing algebra better than knowing how to brush your teeth. You know, it's like, how do you weigh that? But we do have block quiz. Every block we teach for 4 weeks, and we have a quiz, and we have narrative questions. We have a lot of writing essays. We use a lot of different, we do even project based work. Students dive into subjects and present it to their classmates, like especially from seventh grade on, in various aspects. It could be physics or chemistry. You do little projects, you present it to your class, and of course in high school as well. In Waldorf schools, if you think of the word success, are very successful. And most American universities love Waldorf students because of the imaginative and creative way they problem solve. And I can attest, I've got 3 daughters who are high functioning, who went to some pretty good Ivy League colleges here in the United States and doing pretty well based on their Waldorf education of creative and imaginative ways to problem solve and look at the world. I would say the most important part in the world today, success feels so individualistic. The world needs more collaborative way of knowing. And a Waldorf education gives you this amazing power to understand the power of imagination, that a problem is also a way of us trying to understand the world or understand the complexities in which we are part of. That Sometimes there are simple solutions for complex problems, and sometimes there are complex solutions for simple problems. You know, it's this way of seeing things. But most importantly, things can be solved in collaboration, and it's not a race, because we all are on this planet together, especially today when you know we're all kind of lost in the world. Yeah,
Thank you so much, ma'am.
of course.
Good morning, ma'am. Well, it's morning here. I think it's quite late in Seattle, so good evening.
Yes,
Um,
thank you.
you mentioned how the Waldorf education system focuses on creativity and imagination. How does that approach help students when they later on face more logical or structural subjects?
Well, you use a creative, imaginative way to to learn structural subjects, I would imagine. You know, when I want to clarify, what is the meaning of the word creative or imaginative? Is it just art, or is it also science, or is it also mathematics, or is it also geometry? I think you are stuck on the word creative and imaginative to be art, right? The way you're saying structural, well, art can be structural. Architecture is a form of art that's structural. You use creative and imaginative ways to solve, I mean, creative and imaginative ways to create a rocket ship, correct? I mean, it's just way of looking at things. You know, there was one teacher who had told me that, you know, we work on a lot of shadow, black and white and charcoal as the students get older, you know, the different grades of gray. And we do a lot of still life when they're going through puberty. And the idea is that art builds empathy in the human soul. So when you talk about structural problems, it's empathy, it's understanding how the machine works. It's a creative way to look at it from 360 degrees, just like you would a still life, and look at the subtleties in the gray and the light and shadow. And everything is shadow and light. You know, that is a way of seeing the world too, and the complexities of the problems of the world, right? It's not, there is nothing you do that lacks creativity and imagination, or someone else with their creativity and imagination have brought it to you. It could be that little phone you use, to the way you brush your teeth, to the toothpaste you use, to the shampoo you use. It's man's creativity, imaginative ingenuity that brought it, right? Yeah.
So good morning, or rather good evening for you. So obviously you were talking about creativity and
I can't
imagination and all
see
of this,
you.
but
Where is
okay. You were talking about create.
Raise your hand, she can't see you.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, I see you now.
Yes. So you were talking about
Yes.
creativity and imagination and all of these things, but in an education system like India, where unfortunately there is an overwhelming emphasis on marks, marks, and marks, and the subject
Yes.
choices. We offer thousands of subject choices, but in the end of the day, for parents, there are only four subject choices: medicine, engineering, chartered accountancy, and law. That's basically it. You don't do any of these four, people will look at you like, what are you doing with your life? And we can't really apply these philosophies to our subject choice when we have such rigorous thought processes in the country. So what do you have to say? What are
You
your
know,
thoughts
I
on that?
really, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and you are a student trying to chalk out a career. And all I can say is Waldorf education tries to help young children be the best they can. I don't know. Are you learning to be a teacher? Or I imagined all of you are learning to be teachers. Are you learning to be a teacher then? Or no? Because I don't, what I'm trying to say here is the premise of what I'm saying is for teachers to help young children learn in a way that allows for all their entire bodies to be used in the process of learning. Unfortunately, you are not a young child in the classroom right now for me to tell the premise of your question is, I am a graduate, I'm going out into the world to be a professional. How can you help me? And I can't help you to chalk out a career path, but I do understand that you're limited in your choices. And I understand I'm a product of Indian education as well. And I understand how limiting it is. But if you ever come an opportunity to teach, or if you ever have children, I think it would behoove you to understand how to bring to your child, whether your child goes to a Waldorf school or not, that knowing and learning are very unique to human beings. We are not reductionist computers where we bring the right answer at the end. That's not the way a human being learns, is all I'm trying to say. So I'm sorry, I can't answer your question. Do you know what I'm trying to say here?
Yes, so hi, ma'am. I'm sitting here in the corner. I don't think you can see me. But,
Yeah.
anyways, so good evening. I had the same joke as her, but, anyways, good evening. So, I unfortunately came in somewhat halfway through, so couldn't hear the entire thing. But, even still, so from my understanding, Waldorf education is somewhat alternative in its thought process, right? So, the question arises that when it comes to any corporation, any company, they often have this stigma against education systems that may not be completely codified or may not have the same legacy as, the ICSE, IB, IGCSE, etc. I could be homeschooled by Albert Einstein, but just because I don't have a degree, I may not even get an internship. So is that a problem that Waldorf education faces in any way? The approval from corporations or the employability?
Not in America. That's what I was saying earlier. Not in America at all. There are many high. Okay, I have to boast a little. My girls, I'll give you an example. They all went to great colleges and they work in great places. It wasn't limiting at all. And I also wanted to say that a lot of you are asking me questions about your career path. And it's that's not the premise of my presentation. I'm not saying Waldorf education is a college education. It is from kindergarten to 12th grade. And I'm bringing to teachers in the audience ways of teaching that would allow you to understand the young child. So I'm totally beyond my realm to tell you how the Indian corporate world should behave towards people, young people who are looking for jobs. You understand your questions I'm limited in my capacity to answer them because I'm not looking for employees. It's like a job interview. I don't understand. I hope you understand my dilemma here. I'm not a recruiter. I am an educator telling you about early childhood and ways of teaching elementary and middle school and high school. That's my premise of this presentation.
So I just want to say hi. My
Hello.
name is Janavi. And I
Hello,
just wanted to share something because our son also has done Waldorf school in Europe. And his question, if it has any negative impact maybe on later education, our son is actually a medical student, and what we've seen, like in his development compared to his peers, is that there is so much more growth in that boy. There's so much more clarity. There's so much more groundedness. A lot of things that he had to figure out in his teenage years, like the problems that these teens face, he didn't have them so much because he had a lot of clarity just from the education that he received from Waldorf. I think, so it absolutely has no negative impact on any higher education, university education, but it has a lot of benefit in how the person himself grows, understands himself, how he relates with others, how he problem solves. And in that, I just really see that my son is so much more developed and so much more clarity than his peers. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Janvi.
Thank you, Nazneen. That was a fascinating presentation. And if you were here, I would give you a big, big hug.
Thank you. I feel it. Thank you.
Just a few things that I have noticed for the benefit of our Indian teachers and students. Yesterday, Biju's presentation was entitled Transcendence. This is a kind of thing that Waldorf education makes you experience. Again, this whole question about the imagination. What the imagination seizes as beauty must be the truth. Beauty is truth. Truth is beauty. That is all ye know and all ye need to know. These are the lines from John Keats's Ode to a Grecian Urn. Everything was imagined. A computer was imagined. A steamship was imagined. So we underrate imagination because we put it in a silo of imagination versus analytical thinking. But tomorrow, when I do poetry with you, is it going to be even possible to do anything without involving all your critical thinking and creative thinking and all at one go? We are whole human beings. We are born imaginative. Then we forget it. We are born emotionally stable. But then, again, we need to learn later in life emotional intelligence, social intelligence, which Waldorf education does not ever. I've never come across a Waldorf student who needed that. And I'm telling you the truth about it. To me, it also created compassionate spaces. Again, what we did yesterday. One of the things that Waldorf, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nazneen, is that he regarded teachers as artists, educators as artists.
That's correct, Kumi.
Right?
Yes, absolutely.
Education is an art. It's not a craft. We are not textbook interpreters. We need to be far in the belly visionaries to bring about any kind of meaningful change, if you agree with me. We talk about the fourth SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, as being quality education. I don't need to say, well, you've seen it here. Inclusive, again. Art-based learning, which is a form of teaching called ABL, again here. Connection cultures. SEL, social, emotional, and ethical learning. Again, very, very importantly, and again here, Nazneen, correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I have seen, Waldorf students do not fear failure.
Yes.
We are made to fear failure
because
we get 2 on 10. And our parents say, what's wrong? Right? Waldorf students don't do that. Because the whole curriculum, as she said, is offered to the child with compassion and respect for the child's developmental milestones. So it's not some adult thinking of, oh, I need to do a curriculum for the senior KGs. And I think they should know this. I think, is the child ready for it? Who cares? So I think this is something which we need to keep in mind as curriculum developers. And also, one of the most beautiful things that I love about the Waldorf philosophy is this hope, peace, and joy. Today, when we talk to our students about climate change, about all these problems of hunger, deforestation, we create in them an anxiety. Again, Nazneen, correct me if I'm wrong. There are the 3 Ds, capital Ds. Firstly, distance. Our children will say, oh, it's just the Amazon forest. We don't need to be worried about that, which are burning. Or the tornado is happening in the Caribbeans. Distance. Doom. The human mind can only take in a certain amount of doom, after which it shuts down. So you paralyze children instead of helping them to act on it. And dissonance, the 3rd D, where we know we need to leave fewer carbon footprints, but we can't do without an AC. We can't do without things. So we know that we can't do without certain things, and yet they are not good for the human race. These 3 Ds are tackled so beautifully because it's presented with hope. And as the late Jane Goodall, she recently expired, as you know, Jane Goodall said, everything we present to children must be laced with hope. So it is my hope that people see value in the Waldorf system, the Montessori system, and all such unfortunately labeled alternative systems. And these become mainstream. So thank you, Nazneen. Again, a big hug from me to you and from all of us here. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
God bless
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye. And now we proceed to have tea. And we assemble here at 11 o'clock for Professor Omkar Bhatkar's presentation.
Statisticians believe
Friends, welcome back. All right, so ma'am has given us an idea who our next speaker is going to be. But the question is, do we know what this session is going to be about? Exactly. And here I was wondering if I could quote Shakespeare, because can we ever keep Shakespeare away from our lives? And can we, precisely, can we ever have GTPS without Shakespeare? No. Can a group of language lovers sit together and not invoke Shakespeare? No. So please allow me. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Our next speaker is going to enthrall us with theater and drama. And I have a confession to make. While I was reading his bio note, I was in equal measures intimidated and envious. I hope you agree with me and you sympathize and you understand why I said what I said. He's an international artist scholar whose work transcends boundaries and disciplines. His doctoral expertise in proxemics and social ecology informs his profound understanding of human interaction. He's been teaching film theory, cultural studies, and gender studies as a visiting professor, alongside his contributions to the London School of Economics international programs, which underscores his academic rigor. He curated the St. Andrews Center for Philosophy and Performing Arts from 2018 to 24, creating a cultural hub. Through Metamorphosis Theatre and Films, he has directed over 20 plays, including the internationally acclaimed Blue Storm, selected for Asia Playwrights Theatre Festival 2021, and the International Women's Theatre Festival 2021, held at Seoul, South Korea, and Raindrops on My Window, selected for World Asia Playwrights Festival 2024, again at South Korea. In collaboration with Alliance Française, he has directed several contemporary French plays in English. As a member of the International Association of Theatre Critics, his insights are valued globally. He recently traveled to 3 cities of Spain with a solo performance on the Spanish mystic Saint John of the Cross. His filmmaking ventures, to name a few, include feature films like Perhaps Tea, The Farewell Band, recognized at the White City Film Festival and Goa International Film Competition, Testament of Emily, and the experimental film Time, Distance, Memory on the Feather of a Wing. I think his titles are also so poetic. His poetry collections, Desires Blue and Wheel of Solstice, and his published plays, Raindrops on My Window, When I'm Gone, Flowers in December, Fly On, and Cinema Mon Amour, forgive my pronunciation, further highlight his creative versatility. He has recently published his novel, Tosca. He is also a TEDx speaker. He is a thalassophile who finds peace in the ocean, the written word, the act of painting, all this fueled by his love for black tea. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Omkar Bhatkar.
It will come on. Okay, it's come. All right. What will this session be like? I'm going to try to start with theory, a bit of what do stories do for us, what stories do to our brains, and from that, moving on to how can we create stories out of our education curriculum. How can a teacher bring stories in teaching? And I mean, I'm glad I came in the in the morning, because Nazarene's session helps me to skip some of my slides now. So a lot of them were about how you can make, you can use in geography, in history, even in mathematics storytelling, and creating stories, and that can be more memorable, more than memorable, more enjoyable. But the teacher has to enjoy first. So it all begins there. The teacher has to enjoy what they are doing. Teaching and theater. Fortunately, I come from both the fields. So 12 years of making theater performance and 12 years of teaching. And I've never been a full-time teacher, because then I wouldn't have been able to do theater. So I've always been teaching. The teaching load has always been what a full-time teacher teaches, maybe 3 papers a semester, but always remain visiting to not do administrative jobs. So, okay, here we begin with what I like to do. Even when I teach my PowerPoints, I always like to use pictures that I clicked or are from my surroundings. So even if I'm teaching any complicated theory, I would be using pictures that I click. Because for students, it gives them something to remember, because they're not seeing the usual standardized template pictures. So it's always something that you do. How do I go next? Okay. Technology. Okay. All right. We'll be looking firstly in the theoretical part of the neurochemistry and empathy, how that can be created through stories in theater. And then I think I'm just going to be scattered. Then there is no structure. I mean, there is, but the structure is just there to navigate the different spaces. So what I'll be looking firstly is how do stories impact our brain in this short documentary of 2 minutes, and how it can change your behavior. How do stories change your behavior? So we'll be looking at the work of Paul Zak, who is the founder of the Neurochemistry Center. And he has made the short documentary about the impact of storytelling. Then we look at Jonathan Gosher's work, a bit of it very shortly, and Adler's ideas before moving on into more practical applications. Can I go in this corner? That window can come in this corner? No? Okay. I don't like podiums. They create an obstacle when you talk to people. So I liked. Okay. Yeah, way better. Okay. Stories. One of the wonderful philosophers, Simone de Beauvoir, whom we all know in philosophy, but she largely wrote a lot of fiction. And her novels is basically philosophy, but in literature form. I love her novels more. And it's better to connect to people when you make stories more personal. They become relatable. They don't remain abstract concepts somewhere up in the sky. And that's what theater does. What theater does is when you go and watch a play, actually that's what art is supposed to do, every form of art. But theater does it more easily, I think. It makes you feel less alone. It makes you feel, Ari, this is my story. How did they come to know? I have experienced this. Or something that you have forgotten. Normally we don't forget. We are very convenient people. We take a bed sheet, we hide it, and we cover it up. So the covered aspects of our life, when you go to a play or you watch a film, the bed sheet is slowly lifted. And that's what theater makes you do. It makes you feel less alone. And then you don't need to feel bad about it because it's not just your story. It's the personal is universal. So that's what stories do. Now, that's what I'm telling as an artist. But how do we now use our analytical skills and see what stories do to our brains?
I want to tell you a story about a little boy named Ben. Ben is 2.5 years old, and Ben has brain cancer. And Ben's really happy. He's happy because he's been through 2 rounds of chemo and radiation, and he feels good for once. He doesn't feel yucky, and his father's enjoying seeing Ben's happiness. But as the father tells the story of Ben and his cancer, the father's voice begins to break. And he says, it's very difficult to play with Ben because Ben thinks everything is wonderful, but I know something that Ben doesn't, that Ben's dying. And he talks about how difficult it is to play with Ben, knowing that in 3 or 6 months, Ben will be dead. And yet Ben is so happy, he's so beautiful. And so the father tries as hard as he can to enjoy Ben, to be joyful around Ben. But then he says in the middle of this short story that it's an amazing thing to know how little time one has left. And as he says that statement, he has merged himself with his son. It's as if the father himself is dying. So in my laboratory, we've studied this story extensively. And what we found is that 2 primary emotions were elicited. One is distress, and the other is empathy. At the same time, when we asked people what they felt after the story was over, we really couldn't get very clear answers. So we began doing other studies on this story. So we took blood before and after, and we found that the brain produced 2 interesting chemicals. One is called cortisol, which focuses our attention on something important. So cortisol correlated with our sense of distress. So the more distress you felt, the more cortisol you released, and the more you paid attention to that stimulus. The second chemical release is called oxytocin, which is associated with care and connection and empathy. And oxytocin was correlated with people's sense of empathy. And the more oxytocin they released, the more empathic they felt towards Ben and his father. Now, we did something different after this experiment. We gave individuals a chance to share money with a stranger in the lab. And indeed, those who produced both cortisol and oxytocin were more likely to donate money generously to a stranger they couldn't see in the lab. In another experiment, we gave individuals a chance to donate money to a charity that works with children who are ill. And indeed, those who released oxytocin or cortisol donated money to this charity. And in fact, the amount of oxytocin released predicted in both cases how much money people would share with a stranger or with charity. What we're seeing is that this narrative is changing behavior by changing our brain chemistry. So we decided to go a little further and ask, could we actually predict before they watched the video who would donate money to charity? So with funding from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, we reran the study in which we not only took blood, but now we measured heart rate and skin conductance and respiration. And using these additional measures, we were able to identify this distress response and this empathic response, and we could predict with 80% accuracy who would donate money to charity. These individuals get paid about $20 to begin an experiment, and the people who donated money on average donated half their earnings. So we began to investigate this story further. We used functional brain imaging to identify the regions in the brain that were most active while watching that video compared to a control video in which Ben and his father were at the zoo. And what we found was that the most active areas for the emotional story were areas in the brain associated with theory of mind or understanding of what others are doing, and areas that are rich in oxytocin receptors that make us feel empathy. And guess what happens when you watch 100 seconds of a father and son at the zoo? Nothing happens and people just blank out. There's no reason for them to attend to this information because nothing's happening. There's nothing exciting. It's important to understand that stories have to have this particular structure. 150 years ago, a German theorist named Freytag called this the dramatic arc. So there are particular story aspects that go into making an effective story: exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, and then this denouement. The story of Ben and his father talking about knowing his son is dying has those aspects. It captures their attention. There's a coming climax. How can Ben's father actually engage with his son in this wonderful, relaxed, playful way, yet knowing that his son will die soon? It seems like there may be a universal kind of story structure. So stories are powerful because they transport us into other people's worlds, but in doing that, they change the way our brains work and potentially change our brain chemistry. And that's what it means to be a social creature, is to connect to others, to care about others, even complete strangers. And it's so interesting that dramatic stories cause us to do this. In these experiments, they do it in a very functional way. People are donating money because they want to help Ben and his father. And yet when we watch other stories or see movies, listen to music, the same thing can happen. We feel uplifted, we feel motivated, or we feel connected to others around us.
So this is the impact on the brain and the behavior. This is what stories do. And this is what you could bring in the classrooms. Using drama as a medium. How can you bring, of course, I'm going to do it in the later part, what I have been doing with my classrooms. And even in theater. In fact, I've made theater my education and education theater. Like when I work with my play group, my rehearsal people, they have a whole Google Classroom like we have in school. And then they have to submit the assignment, they get homework also. So I think I've mixed both the professions either ways. So, and they have timelines, so to submit this homework by this time. So, yeah, so storytelling, so drama. How do you create, why stories?
Statisticians believe they...
Okay, yeah. Why stories? Because that is one way where you can concentrate better and you can remember. And we are storytelling animals. We like stories. We're storytelling animals. Yes, but we live in postmodern times where we don't have time. So we stay quiet. And because we stay quiet, social, I think the amount of time you should be talking and listening, you're not doing that. So are you becoming less human, more AI? Possible. Possible. Also, everyday conversations. Women like conversing generally, which is good, and they should. So when two women meet, or when women meet, how are you? How is going on? How's your husband? How are things? How is life? Aaj kya bhaji liya? What have you done today? What are you making today? Normal everyday conversations, which we think is, but generally is perceived as mundane. But they are not mundane. They're very important conversations to keep life going. I'm going back to the Dickinson poem which Nazneen was referring. You don't want to be blinded by the truth. These are conversations that keep you going. Possibly, maybe, possibly why there's a huge gender difference. This doesn't happen with men. When men, they meet, they don't talk. How are you? How is life? How is this? How is that? They think this is petty. This is mundane. It doesn't need to be spoken to. And maybe why the other gender, now it's interesting, I'm using men as the other gender, man as the other gender is more repressed because they don't have conversations, they don't talk. They only think talk means just have big, big talks. And these conversations are very important. This is drama. So when you're sitting at home, talk to your mother, listen to what she's doing, what she went in the market, what she brought. Talk to your dad about these. I think these small conversations are very important. This you can also bring to your classrooms. I bring my small conversations to my classrooms. Anything simple that happen, but there is a possibility you can always relate something to something. So bringing small conversations, that is drama. Drama is basically story, telling it in a theatrical form. And also story provides imagination. When you tell a story, the reader or the audience or the students can imagine more possibilities. 2 plus 2 is equal to 4 doesn't give you possibilities. 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. There's no possibility here. But we need people who are able to create possibilities. We live in an impossible world. So we need people who can create possibilities. So therefore, that I think that way of teaching where you can bring more possibilities is something that is required. For example, knitting. I mean, other than the Waldorf schools, I've never seen in our schools knitting. I was very shocked when I went recently to my school and I met the craft teacher. And so I asked her, what do you all teach nowadays? And I was very surprised they don't teach anything beyond using paper. I said, what about all those wonderful things we did? No. And then when I do theater, okay, why theater? Theater is one art form that mixes poetry, that mixes painting, that mixes dance, that mixes voice. It mixes all the art forms, and therefore it is the art of the arts. Now, one example from this craft I came to it. I have a lot of interns when we're working on different productions. A lot of the interns are Gen Zs, they're young people. Working with them is very different and difficult and interesting. I mean, I've learned also a lot of things, but one thing which surprised me is most often, none of them know how to tie a thread knot. They don't know how to sew anything, so they don't know. And that is shocking. If you don't know to tie a knot of threads, how are you going to tie the knots of relationships? So it's surprising they don't know to, I mean, I tell them, you grow up learning running stitch, hemming stitch, double split, buttonhole, hooks. This is what you grow up learning. These are small things, but this is working with hands. Again, Waldorf principle. I don't know anything about Waldorf except for my best friend's child is in Waldorf school. And every day she tells me interesting story about what that boy did in the school. That's the normal thing. But working with hands. I do a session called scenography, which is set design. In that I use the word thinking with hands. You have to use your hands in whatever you do. So if you bring your students to class every day and they're not using the hands at all, we are wasting a huge potential there. So they need to know to use hands in whichever form. It's not just using the brain. Okay, like Rukesa says, the universe is made of stories, not atoms. Now this possibility also exists. Of course, the world exists because of atoms, but the world exists because of stories too. But we are made to think that the world exists only because of atoms, but the world exists only because of stories too. Stories equally exist. So how do we make, for example, I'm just giving examples which I could think last night. I don't teach school level, but I've worked with school children, which I'll come to. If you have a history class, you have a class on maybe the beginning of war, so World War I. So maybe divide the class into, let them pick up a country they want to pick up. And then make a map with a chalk on the floor. And then let those students be Austria, Germany, so and so. And let them interact with maybe paper rockets. So they will need to first do their backup of studying, reading at home, what happened in the war. And then they'll come to class. So they've already done their homework. These are ways which you can do. Example I'll give you. I used to teach a paper called Cultural Studies. Cultural Studies have nothing to do with food. the paper I was teaching, it was media cultural studies. Nothing to do with food, and it was Christmas time. I said to them, I'm giving you 5 marks assignment because marks works in this country like India. Nobody wants happiness here, they want marks. So 5 marks assignment, you will go home and you will make a Christmas sweet which is being a recipe passed from your mother's, grandmother's, somebody's generation. Now everybody is not Catholic, yes. So those who are Hindus, those who are whatever beliefs you believe, you will create that food sitting with your grandmother or mother at home and you'll bring to class. So 60 students, 60 recipes made from homes. And these are recipes passed down. 5 marks is nothing, but the joy of having this in a class is a lot more. So these are small things which can be done in the classroom setup. And for me, 5 marks was nothing to give for something like this. So these are the possibilities you can do with, like I was thinking, but actually Nazneen brought that out also. I was thinking, how would I teach if I had to teach botany, suppose to a class? Then I think what I will do is, under the microscopes, how the microorganisms move. How about teaching a class study of microorganisms through dance, through movement? That can break that shell and can make it more memorable for lifetime. Because in theater, this is happening. There are plays now which are based on maths, which are based on some concepts. I'm going to show you one video of a play which I went to see recently, just few months back, which is based on the Silk Route. Now, how do you do Silk Route in dance, in a dance theater? I'll show you a 1-minute video done by a Spanish actor, which was done at NMACC. So it's possible you can, like, there are ways you can mix your analytical and your creative. In fact, it should be. That's how we are wired for. So, patriarchy. I'm coming to my experiences of working with children first. Patriarchy. Last year I was asked to do a school play for an annual day for a particular school. And I think it's better to write your own stories. So what was the main concern for me was, at the moment, is gender. So writing a play on patriarchy. Writing a play on patriarchy for a school annual day, the teachers were like, are you out of your mind? That's how some teachers think. No, we'll write it. We will do it. We will talk about patriarchy at a school annual day, because that's the right way for things to go in your head. So most often things doesn't need to go in students' heads. Students are very beautifully imaginative. It need to go into adults' heads. I love doing plays not for children much more than doing for those parents who come to see it, because there are the closed minds. So this particular play, which was called Cinderella on Trial, it was a play about putting all the princesses on trial. But then it's about princesses, what about the prince? Yeah, in those old stories, if you look, because patriarchy we think is about feminism, but patriarchy is also about, it also harms men. So here there are men in this play who are speaking, what about me? What do you think? I have no job just to run behind a girl and ask for a kiss? I have other things to do, man, in my life. I want to do something. I want to become an astronaut. I don't know. I want to do something. But not just run behind a girl. So these were kind of stories that we brought in this play. And this play was from, the students were from 5th standard to 10th standard. Another thing, generally it's a misconception that, it's a misconception that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th is a big age. Where have I gone? Is a big age group where, you prefer not mixing the smallies with the biggies. One thing I learned while working on this production, that was a real learning for me, the 10th standard child respected the 5th standard student. And that was a big learning for me, that it's a misconception not putting biggies and smallies together. When you work with them with love and you're working for a right purpose, which was over here patriarchy, respect to every human being against patriarchy, I think that came in. That was something which was also a learning. Two, so it was cultivating respect. Two, a tendency in, this is children's theater. A tendency in children's theater, we say children's play. I personally don't believe there's anything called children's play. There can be adults play. There is no children's play. The moment you say children's play, which means you're doing things in a manner for a children. There is nothing called doing things in a manner for a children. That's not children's theater. So don't talk down to them. Yeah, Baba, don't talk like they're animals or some cute creatures of that kind. Don't talk down. Talk to them as they are like you. Talk to them as they are like you. This is something one is while doing theater, if you're doing for children, and two is while working with them. Never talk down to children. Never. So these are things which you should not do. And then they would love you when you treat them like you. Then they would love you. And that was surprising for me. I'm a person who doesn't get well with children. Not generally. You're surprised. Yeah. So even my team, my adult actors who work with me, they get surprised. I mean, when I say I don't I don't get well with children, they're like, but they know it. When I am with children, then there's a different Omkar. Then that's not the general me. Because when you're working with children, you need to give your whole soul. And that's pretty taxing for an individual, to give your whole soul. And so working with children is extremely sensitive work. Very fragile. So as long as you're open to that, get into it. Otherwise, don't get into it. So, but, yeah, so as I said, I don't get into it throughout the year, but once a year I work with children. Well, every November, December is a period I work with children, so that it helps me also to be a human being. That's one thing. Now this is Jose Agodo's play, which is based on the Silk Route, which I was talking to you about. How to make theater pieces out of concepts. We will have to play it because we didn't set this, no? Should I do next? Will it play? No. It's a video. So 75 minutes, and it has no dialogues. Minutes, this play, 75 minutes, no dialogues. And it narrates the journey of the Silk Road. Imagine taking a class to see it, and then the conversations that can open up after watching such a piece. Okay, at some point I was teaching environment for my students, and okay, environment, why not take them to the sea, and let's look at the marine life of Bombay, because there are people who are working on the marine life of Bombay. You find so many things in the small shallow ponds, many creatures. So one day we just took the class for a walk in the morning at the seashore. So it becomes more relatable, what they're learning. This was a play we did called He No Hero, She No Princess. It's a French play which we adapted in Indian context. And it's a half an hour, first half an hour, the boy talks about his journey. The next half an hour, the girl talks about her journey. And this plays in a very storytelling format where they are literally talking to everyone. And it's a play about how everyone can be who they want to be. There's no need of, and the play is a lot about, it talks a lot about bullying at school. So the bullying that happens in school, right from friends to classmates to even teachers. The kinds of bullying that one goes through and how it impacts your psyche and how you find that one friend whom you like and then what goes further on. So this is a story about these two people, he no hero, she no princess. There's an interesting point in this play. This play uses one painting. This is one of my favorite paintings, The Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog by Caspar David Friedrich. This painting, I mean, if you spend enough time, there's much to analyze. Where is the man has come so far and he's thinking about the further journey? Or has he already come and like, wow, what I've achieved? There are 1,000 thoughts what this painting could be. Nobody knows the answer. We don't need to know the answer. Some beauties are only in questions. So we don't need to know the answer. After the play got over, we let the kids voluntarily, gave them crayons, color pencils, everything. Do you want to paint yourself as a wanderer above the sea of fog? And this is what the kids did. And this is very interesting. I was looking at the painting. The painting does not have boots. Then one girl painted herself with this interesting costume, red hair, color hair, and the boots. So this is what the kids did. And blue. And then somebody put a satin also. There was a satin in the previous picture, yeah. So the possibilities of what they did after watching a play. Now this is them, and they took it home. This is them. This is me, wanderer above the sea of fog. And it again reminds me of the Nazanin's presentation, where the girl is standing at the door. Are you want to come in or you want to go out? What do you want to do, Baba? I am a wanderer. I'm right now here. I'm right now here. If you think about life also, how do we know about life so well what you want to do? I mean, तुमने क्या 10 बार जिंदगी जिया है क्या? तुमको इतना perfectly पता है क्या करना है जिंदगी में? Our life is every day a show without rehearsal. Every day, what I'm doing today is my final. But did I get rehearsal time yesterday? Yeah, no. So everything you do is your final act. Our life is a play without rehearsal. Every day. So how do you know so much about life that you know what you want to do, what are the repercussions, what is everything? We don't know. A lot of it is in the wandering. This is another assignment I did with the students. There was an arts walk, which was basically walking for the sake of arts. And I asked my students, okay, 5 marks you'll get. You have to all dress as peacemakers and all in white and blue. Peacemakers or dreamers, people who bring love to the world. And this is how we walked in the streets of Bandra. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but I am a dream, I will rise. Yes. So we had these big quotes. They were given marks for dressing themselves. That's it. Dress up and come and let's walk together. So this is like in your modern terms, what is the word you use for this? No, I mean what is a person who stands in the mall dressed up as someone? No. Mascot. Mascot. So this is like a mascot. This we also did once on the beach. So on the beach, to protect the marine life, I asked some students to come and help me with the beach cleanup one of the days. And they were like, some of us, we don't want to clean. So I'm like, how about you become a mascot? Become a sea creature. Dress up in a nice avatar and stand on the promenade of Bandra. Yes, they did it. We had Hindustan Times covering us that time. So they did it. We had SpongeBobs, crabs. They were dressed as jellyfish and all, and they came. So these are possibilities you can do with teaching, and these are the normal possibilities. Okay, this is my present class. This last semester, I was teaching this paper called Indian Aesthetics. This is a paper for postgraduate students in mass media. And this is my PowerPoint present. This is my original PowerPoint, like from my class. So you don't get, I mean, it's just very theoretical, whatever it is. It's very theoretical. It's a theory I was teaching by Shemendra, who is an 11th century aesthetician. And this theory was about Auchatya, which some of the literature professors may know, yeah? That things fit, what is beautiful is when something fits beautifully well in the right place at the right time. The theory of propriety. And I was explaining this, and I thought how to make it interesting. So he has an analogy of a pearl necklace. When you have a pearl necklace and all the pearls are placed in an appropriate size, dimension, space, they look beautiful. But one pearl missing here and there, it will be something is wrong. The propriety theory. Like how to do this. So once I'm working with hands. Okay, I said next class you all are bringing flowers. We are going to make garlands in the class. 3 marks you will get. So we are all going to make garlands, and like garlands in the, this is postgraduate students making garlands in the class. Of course the other teachers were like, Omkar has gone mad, but that doesn't matter. So we did a class with garlands. They brought flowers. Many of them didn't know to tie knots, but okay, that's okay. We taught them how to do it. And they made, and in this theater it was so easy to understand why a certain flower size, certain colors, combinations, what works with what. So we did this particular class where the whole class made garlands. So this is how you explained an 11th century theory of an aesthetician from Kashmir about the Auchatya theory or propriety theory. Working together. So play is a favorite way of learning. Maybe one of the reasons, when you see drama, theater people, when they sit for a discussion, they sit in a round space. Sometimes, if possible, try doing that with your classrooms. Small habits. I mean, these are small, but they, I think, make a huge difference. Opening the curtains, letting the sunlight get in. Things which bring people close to nature also. Like whenever I go to classroom, I have a habit of all the trees outside, and I tell, oh, that flower is today not bloomed. This has not happened. The squirrel has come. While teaching randomly, I'm looking at the squirrels and talking about them. Then the students develop an interest. It's not something, a squirrel going on your window, a flower blooming, is not something mundane. It's not very important than what you are doing. The world is also blossoming while you are blossoming. Talk about it. Don't ignore it. So I think these are small ways where you bring your people closer to nature also, or make them fall in love with the world. Yeah, now this is only what a child can do. We would not do, we will not, arey, that's a copper statue, why you're going over there? Nothing is going to happen. This only a child can do. Only the child has an eyes to see the world like that. And therefore, the teacher should be very sensitive to not stop the child from dreaming this. And therefore, this is just a month ago, I'm working on a play with students at St. Michael's School for the annual production. This time, no patriarchy. This time, I'm working on how was Bombay 300 years ago with children. And I'm trying to make it more movement-based, not much of dialogues, less dialogues, more of body movement. So, and I was working with them on creating a boat with human people, a boat. And while working, some days are in a way scary, in a way. You go home back and there are 2-3 children who are really small and young. They actually give you their soul. And that, you don't know how to deal with it. I mean, you need to be really mentally be there to be with them. So there are 2-3 of them who just give the world to you, their soul to you. And this is what children do. When they love you, they give their soul to you. And therefore, it's a huge job of yours to nourish them. and to take care of them. And that can only happen with love. That can only happen with love. So become a teacher if you're in love with the idea of love, who can bring love to the world. Otherwise, become engineers and something else. Yeah, if only you can bring love to the classroom. A small thing that I follow at home, which is, because home is also space you share with other family members. And home is also a place where things happen. So early morning, maybe you're getting ready for your work and your mom or your partner may come to you, Acha, this has to be done, that has to be done, that today we have to finish this. I have a simple thing at home. When I'm going to my class, no one talks to me in the morning. I don't talk to my family members in the morning. When I'm going to college, never. I just get ready, pack myself, maybe have my breakfast this time, and leave. That's a thing I've been doing for years. When I'm going to the class, I'm just going to the class. And therefore, being a teacher's job is very difficult. I like how she said with Rudolf Steiner, being a teacher is an artist. Being a teacher is also being a clown. Being a clown. So, whatever you are going through, whatever is affecting you, should not show in that 1 hour teaching. And therefore, you're a clown. You have to give that 1 hour to your students, which is theirs, but not what you are going through. And that was also makes teaching a very sensitive and difficult job. So, this was, somebody clicked this picture. But always remember, kids remember not the way you teach them, but the way you are. Kids remember always the way you are, how you are as a teacher. Even simplest thing, how you dress. Small children notice. Small children do. I was very shocked while working on this play which I showed you the earlier picture. One of that boy just came to me quietly after the rehearsal. आप ये कपड़े कहाँ से लाते हो? आप ऐसे ही कपड़े पहनते हो? Because I only wear kurtas all 365 days. आप ऐसे कपड़े पहनते हो? मतलब ऐसे मतलब वो जो ऐसे छोटा-छोटा फूल था. I said, yeah. And I was surprised he noticed these small things. So be careful about how you go to your class, what you bring to them. These are things which matter. Children notice it. And this was just before the play. We were getting ready for the play. The curtain is going to open. So I did that process with them where you hold your hands and everything. And I think I was just about to leave after finishing the process. One of this tiniest girl, she's like, "Sir, you are the best." And she came running and she hugged me before the play. And then the whole group crowded me, and therefore I'm dissolved in that group now. And somebody clicked a picture. These are experiences which led me starting working with children at least 2 months a year. Otherwise, before this, I was not working with children. But I started working when I saw this. And therefore, love is something super important. Be like a child with them. This was a play we did on P.P. Longstocking. Very important. Education is not filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. You don't have to fill a pail over there. Unfortunately, education in India has become a tick mark. Why I also hate it. Hate in the sense I have every day a tussle being an education system. Every day I have a tussle. It's like you're not here as a clerk. Tick mark karo. We did this, we did that, we did that. Where is the real teaching happening? But one has to survive the tide. One has to go still and fight as much as possible, as much as you can. So I keep writing emails to managements and all. I keep doing that. One has to do. One can't keep their mouth shut and see something collapsing down. Especially institution we have worked 12 years. So, and this is the reason I remain with children, because somewhere something is healed within you also. I'm going to close this with a last short story, Bertolt. This was a play we did. Bertolt was another French. It's a novel, short to tiny novel. And Bertolt, I adapted this play for Indian people. This was done at the closing festival, the Children's Theatre Festival. And very interesting stage we created. The stage was like a ramp in between here. Then there was a proscenium here. An audience sits on both the sides. So like a T. And what is this play about? This play is about a boy who is always bullied at school. Misfit, bullied at school, feels lost. And what to make friends with. So he finds one day a friend, a giant oak tree. That oak tree he calls Bertolt. And Bertolt becomes his friend. This play I did, how do we talk to children about death? Do we need to talk to children about death? We need to. But how? So this was a play in which everything is good and great. And when people entered in, parents and young children, the ticket was a mitten, a hand glove, a small mitten. So we gave mittens to people when they came in. At the end of the play, there's a lightning and thundering. So a lightning strikes the tree, and Bertolt dies. The tree dies. The Bertolt is struck by lightning. And then the child goes to Bertolt and like, Bertolt, Bertolt, Bertolt. And the child is crying like, Bertolt, Bertolt. And then he remembers a lost and found box in the school where people keep lost items. And in those items are mittens. So he goes that box and he starts putting mittens all over the Bertolt tree. And and then he realizes that all these people have mittens. So he just goes to ask, and children are like, parents want the mittens. Parents don't want to give. And it was so interesting sight to see the children are taking it from their parents and then they're running all over. People are running all over to give mittens to Bertolt for that tree. And then he was putting all Bertolts all over it. The play ended. It's very sad for all of you. The children were not sad. It is a tragic story, but the children were not sad. Maybe they found something else. This was the Bertolt tree. I couldn't find a great picture, but when the tree died, it was a girl which we dressed up in a huge long gown. And yeah, she stood like that for 1 hour. My plays are a lot about movements, also body movements. So this was then. And these are the possibilities with theater. So. Now I can take questions. Yeah, I will let it sink in. Yes. You need a mic?
Yes, sir. So I had to know your opinion. If you see like modern digital theater and virtual performances as expanding, or is it limiting our cultural sense, like our sense of cultural connection?
Good question. Makes me think, so good question. So one is, see, a lot of people also complain about AI at the moment. You're talking about technology and the technological interventions in theater. It's great. It's good. It also takes theater to another level. At the same time, not at the compromise of craft, which you were practicing. An example I'll give you. Now, what interventions I'm talking about is like, I like plays in which I can bring rain on my stage, like full rain falling down. I like that. I can do all that. Where a boat is twisting like this, like that. Great. Because that is something you require. But simple things like when I do a play for school, I tell them no LEDs. No LEDs. We'll not use the screen. We'll do the play with whatever aesthetics and set design we can. One has to strike a balance. But don't treat it negatively, it's not good. I think it's pretty good in ways that you can use. Same with AI. If you use it as a tool where it's required, it's good. But not to an extent where you're totally relying on it. Like some of the language tools of AI are pretty good. Like I don't have to ask someone to do proofreading now. It does my punctuations and all. Small jobs. Yeah. Yes.
Good morning, sir. Good
It's
afternoon,
okay,
sir.
it doesn't matter.
This is just generally a thought that came to me. So, what do you think? What advice would you have for parents in general who are hesitant to allow their children to pursue a career like theater or something, because because they might not find it as I wouldn't say lucrative, but not something that through which you could get.
Bills.
Yeah. So, what advice would you have for parents who are hesitant about letting their children pursue a career like theater or acting or something?
So I'll tell what I tell new people that I meet. Generally, a lot of people come for auditions. Sometimes I feel extremely sad looking at them. And in the city, Mumbai, so many of them leave their hometowns and come to Bombay to make a career in a place that is so fragile, theater. I only ask them one thing because I also feel concerned. It's not that you can just let them go, you cannot select it. But sometimes I sit down with them and I try to figure, why have you left everything and come? That's one. So two is, I tell them, everyone who wants to do theater, a practical one, find a part-time job. A part-time job that can pay your bills. And the remaining part-time job, you can do theater. Would I suggest you do full-time job? No. Then you will never be able to do theater. You have to find a part-time job that pays your bills. And if you're happy with a sustainable, decent life, if you have no big ambitions of big desires monetarily, you can manage easily as long as you're looking for joy. So theater is something I would recommend to people who have a part-time job to pay your bills. It can't pay your bills for a very long time.
Sir, excuse me. I just wanted to start by saying that I'm very blown away by the techniques you use in your classrooms, because I think that's the best way for all of us to learn. So I had a somewhat personal question. I was a part of like this co-curricular module of theatre in school last year in 11th grade. And at the end of the whole year, we had to put up a performance. And ours was a sort of improv called the waiting room, where everyone was playing a particular character in this waiting room, but nobody knew what they were waiting for. But the thing is, we saw the perceptions of that among people our age. And people didn't get the depth of it, and certainly not the metaphorical meaning. And they were slightly ridiculing it, because like we heard a lot of comments like, oh, what was this even about? It was so pointless. So this is a sort of abstract question, but do you think this attitude, like this lack of poetry, I think, in people, do you think it can be solved in classrooms, or is it just something that comes with exposure and like personal development?
Okay, first is, why do you want to solve it? Are you happy doing that play?
Yes, definitely.
That's it, your answer is done. So most often what you do, one is, it may not be the right audience. You may have another audience who may like it. 3, many times art or any work sometimes requires time. The same play done 10 years later, people love it. Maybe that time they didn't. But that doesn't say that your work was bad. Whatever you do, always remember, in anything in life, anything, be authentic. If you do something authentic, you'll be happy. So it doesn't matter. A lot of my work I do is very experimental and abstract. My work is mostly like that. But at the same time, I don't think people will get it or not get it. how authentically can I do? If I do it, people may get it, people may not get it, it's also okay, people may ridicule. See, people will always talk. You do good or you do bad. Should that be a criteria for your happiness? If it is, you'll always be sad.
Could I just follow up?
And the same, it also reminds me of the play Waiting for Godot. So when Waiting for Godot came, and now look, it's a masterpiece. Everyone waiting for what? Everyone waiting for what? And there was one Waiting for Godot done in Berlin. Do you know the play? No.
No.
But if you see the play Waiting for Godot in Berlin, when it was done, there's one show that was done where this play was done on a loop. So when the play ends, it starts again. And it starts again, and it goes on for 10, 11 hours. So people can leave whenever they want to leave. Because Godot is never going to come. Yeah.
Tell you what I did with Waiting for Godot. Again, I do a lot of experimentation in my teaching of literature. When teaching this brilliant play, I absolutely love it. I just flash some pictures of people waiting, whether at the bus stops or at the railway station or whatever. They knew nothing. They didn't even know which play we were going to do. And then I said, okay, so let's start. And then I kept quiet. I kept quiet for 3 whole minutes, which is a long time. And they said, they were getting restless. They were saying, but okay, let's start. And I just didn't respond. I just looked blankly. And I said, well, that's the theme of the play. That's just waiting. That's a play you can do 1,000 things with.
Actually, maybe just to add one line, our whole life is a waiting. Our whole life is a waiting. We are always waiting for something.
So, hello, sir. I just wanted to know, like, as you know, now there is so much push for inclusivity in the classroom. So, as a pre-service teacher, I want to know how can we use drama to support children having learning disabilities like dyslexia, dyscalculia, or those who are gifted learners, like those who are suffering from ADHD.
Right.
So how can we use drama to support those kind of students?
We can certainly use drama. I know a couple of people who are now specializing in disability and differently able studies. But I think they are the better people to answer something. I would answer something on my way, but on a public forum, I don't think, on one-on-one, I can answer you something. But on a public forum, I think a person coming from that field who is working in that should answer this question. But drama is easier than other curriculum for people who are differently abled, certainly. We'll take that and we'll take yours.
Okay. Hi, good morning, sir. So I myself, being a student from drama in my graduation, our teacher told us to merge 2 Shakespearean plays together and come up with a new idea. So this was one of the memorable learning experiences that I had. So now me as a pre-service teacher would like to know how otherwise I can inculcate drama in not only in English as such, but in other subjects as well. So can you give us ideas? How can it be done?
One is for a teacher, which I think is important, keeping your eyes and ears open. So a teacher has to be constantly updated. How many plays does a teacher watch? How many films does he, she, they watch? How much of dance works are they watching that they are able to incorporate with their students? So one is create your own stock of your library, your thought library, and make it massive. However busy I am, I mean, my general goal is I watch 10 to 12 films a month. Yeah, I try to attend all whatever possible art exhibitions are possible, dance shows, I keep attending because that's what I can bring to class or bring in a conversation. So it's very, very important first to constantly for a teacher to dwell in the arts. And then ideas will come to you naturally. Like then you'll know, okay, this my chapter is on trigonometry, or I am teaching this. What example can I do? It will just naturally come while talking. So I think we need to consciously ask yourself, how invested are you in humanities or into these fields? In India, you know, like I think that day I was telling somebody, like I have a group of my theater people. There's an international film festival happening in Goa now, IFFI. So it is a 10-day festival. So I said to my group, please go for it. Unfortunately, we live in a culture where we don't have friends or families who tell ki attend karo. Why we don't have a culture of that? We don't have. But somebody can do it. So I keep point of telling people, there were yesterday two paintings of M.F. Hussain available to see for 2 days only in town. So I keep sharing this. So you need to be aware and attending so that your body, mind expands. With limited knowledge, we can't. So I would suggest that. Keep building, building, building. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to add to what he said about supporting learning disabilities. So there were two things that we've done in school. One thing we called was paint me a poem. So the children read a poem and expressed it through art. And that used to have beautiful perspectives coming out. The poems, of course, were given by us so that we would get various perspectives on that. And the other thing was called poetry in motion. So that was again, I mean, I've seen beautiful renditions done by children on like a Lord Allen's Daughter, or even Ode to the West Wind, Sarojini Naidu's Gift of India. Even Hindi poems, like there was one spoken word poetry called Keri Ka Achar. I don't know if anybody's heard it, but it's phenomenal. So we had a mime on that. So, goosebump moments when you see the poem being enacted in front of your eyes. So, and of course, then the children get the mood, the tone, and the emotion with which it had been written.
Yeah. So we do a lot of poetry in motion. We do a lot of poetry theater. Poetry theater is taking a poet's life, like we have done Hang Kang, Pablo Neruda, Wisława Szymborska, Narayan Guru. Take that poems, all the poems, and can you put it on stage in a 75-80 minute presentation? So we use a lot of body movements. So taking a poem where a person recites it, I generally use electric guitar, their electric guitar with the poetry, and then there is a third person who enacts it through the body, which is not miming. It is something very, I would say more like, it's something very sacred, something where you just get into the soul of the poetry and perform it. So that is all, this is a new aesthetics of poetry theater. So these possibilities you can do in class. This I have done also where, you give a child a poem, paint it. Yes. Whatever you feel after reading it, paint it. These are some interesting modalities that you can do.
That's it. So thank you so much, Omkar. That was an absolutely brilliant session. One more brilliant session. How did I get to know about Omkar's work? I attended one of his plays, Morning Star, about the life of Mary. And the way he had depicted the whole thing was absolutely enchanting. I can't describe it. You have to go and see it. When are you doing it again?
It's a difficult play to do again.
Brilliantly done play. And initially, on that particular day, I was extremely tired. And I said, oh, all right, I bought the tickets, so I will need to go. But I couldn't even sit back. That was the effect of the play on me. And that's when I decided he has to be a GTPS speaker.
So just to add, it's a play on life of Mother Mary. Now somebody be like, oh, Catholic play. The life of Mother Mary from Islamic perspective.
Yes. Yes.
It was done from all the research done from Quran's sections, wherever Mother Mary's topic comes. And that's where we brought a play on her life through more of Islamic research.
Absolutely brilliant. One of the things that we are very scared of, we are scared of certain terms, we are scared of certain words, we are scared of the word emotion. Aren't we? Aren't we? If I ask how many of you would like to be called rational and how many of you would like to be called emotional, which one would you choose? Most of us would choose rational. Why? You're a whole human being. And what our education system is doing is saying, hey guys, walk into the class only with your heads, leaving your body and emotion outside. We only need your heads. And your heads are going to get you, okay? Your heads are going to get you the marks. We don't need emotions. Ridiculous. How can you be a whole WHOLE without being a meduada? How can you be a whole human being without experiencing emotions and a whole gamut of them, and in different ways when sensitively they are rendered? So drama is one of the most powerful ways in which
add something
we can
here?
teach. Absolutely.
Just one thing which I love about this filmmaker whom I love dearly. I mean, I love all of them, but this one I love dearly, Andrei Tarkovsky. And he writes in his book that whatever is strong collapses. When there is a wind, a storm, the wall falls. Whatever is strong breaks away. But whatever is fragile remains.
Endures.
Endures.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we don't need to be strong. We need to be, as much as possible, flexible, resilient.
Brilliant.
Resilient is a word used by Virginia Woolf for this.
Yes.
We need to be resilient.
Resilient. And the other word we are very scared of is a word that both the speakers have used today. Come on, any guesses? It's a word we are scared of, we are embarrassed of, we are uncomfortable with. The word? You want a clue? It starts with the letter S. The soul. Right? It seems too much of a wooey concept. What is the soul? But if you pause for a moment and ask yourself, are you your body? You're not, because it's constantly changing. Are you the mind? No, you're not, because it's constantly changing. Are you your emotions? No. So what are you? Again, the old question, who am I? So I don't think we need to fight shy of using these terms. But only when the West valorizes them do we start talking about it. We start talking about spiritual intelligence in education only when Dana Zohar and Ian Marshall come up with a book called Spiritual Intelligence, and then Tony Buzan comes up also with spiritual intelligence, and David King, and so on and so forth. Why do we wait for this validation? When you touch the soul, you've touched the whole human being, because you're relating, again, something I've been saying, connect with your heart. So that's the second point I wanted to make. And the third point, in response to the career in theater, one of the most brilliant mythologists of the world, Joseph Campbell, says, follow your bliss. Is it more important to be happy and yet, of course, have enough money to pay your bills? Or do you have to be super successful with all the Mercedes and all the 39 different cars that sheikhs have and be miserable? I don't know. I would opt for the former. So just a little bit of realignment of our thinking, which you've made us do, Omkar. Thank you very much for giving us your time. God bless you. Just a small token of appreciation from us, Omkar. Thank you. If any of you have taken any photographs yesterday, the speakers are asking me for photographs. So please, or at least take from now onwards. I'm bad at that. Huh? Thank you, Father Jude. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we break for lunch. and we reassemble at 1 o'clock for another thrilling session.
Welcome to the post-lunch session. Many of you were already seated here and you saw a lot of things happening, so you have a vague idea what we can expect. So unlike most post-lunch sessions, this is going to be very, very different. Our last speaker ended very poetically on the note that love is the most important thing for a teacher, for a human being. Well, love and music, they go together, don't they? All right. So it is with great pleasure that GTPS invites Mr. Ankur Tiwari. He is a musician, as you may have realized. For my young friends in the audience, this may be an interesting snippet of information. Last year, GTPS, we had the director whom you were swooning over, admittedly, understandably. Well, here is the man who created the music for that amazing film. Please allow me to tell you something about him. Ankur Tiwari is one of India's leading singer-songwriters and composers, with a career that spans independent music, cinema, and large-scale cultural projects. Known for his work in Indian pop and folk, he has established a reputation for creating music with a global impact. A self-taught musician, he has been writing songs since his school days and has honed his craft over many years through experience and collaboration. His writing has been deeply influenced by poets and songwriters such as Bob Dylan, Gulzar, Javed Akhtar, and Sahir Ludhianvi, as well as a range of other voices that have shaped his lyrical depth and storytelling. He is a Recording Academy voting member and the former creative architect of the award-winning Coke Studio Bharat, where he designed collaborations that showcased the depth and diversity of India's music. On stage, he has performed across India and internationally, including shows in the United States in 2024 and 2025, as well as a performance at the pre-Oscars party, South Asians at the Oscars Ball in 2024. As a music supervisor, he has been part of landmark films such as Kho Gaye Hum Kahan, the film that we had last year, Gully Boy, and The Archies, all praised for their soundtracks and their influence on how music is used in Indian cinema. His ability to move between independent projects and mainstream platforms has made him a trusted name in both spaces. His own songs, Sabse Piche Hum Khade, Dil Beparwa, Yaro, Mohabbat Zindabad, and Jeene Mein Aaya Maza remain widely loved and continue to reach new listeners. Available on all major streaming platforms, they reflect his skill in combining simple storytelling with memorable melodies. Collaboration has been central to his journey with his band, the Galat Family, and through projects with artists including Pratik Kuhad, Karsh Khale, Gaurav Raina, Kalmi Sudan. He has consistently expanded his creative work while maintaining his unique voice. Today, he continues to work across music, film, and live performance, building projects that highlight his range as an artist and a curator. His role in shaping India's pop folk sound and supporting collaborations has made him a key figure in the country's evolving music landscape. Please welcome Mr. Ankur Tiwari once again. Also, friends, unlike most presentations that you've been seeing, today it's going to be a conversation with the artist. So we're not going to have a presentation per se, but we will be in conversation with our artist. So please, and we will take questions later, and obviously since his guitar is here, we know what we can look forward to. start? May we
Thank you so
begin?
much for an amazing introduction. It makes me feel I'm very old.
dear.
It went on forever.
You're in good company. Look at us. Look at the average age of the people
Look at
here.
the kids. But thank you so much for coming. Are you guys comfortable there, everyone? And we'll be speaking, I'll be speaking mainly in English and Hindi mixture. If that's everyone's comfortable with that? Okay, great. Most, no? If nahi kuch samajh mein aayega, you can ask me. I can try somebody else in the room to translate what I'm trying to say. Oh, lovely. Okay, that's fine. But we'll keep it conversational and fun and easy. So you also don't have any pressure.
No, none at all.
And I'll try and answer most of your questions.
I'm sure you'll be able to answer all of them, not just most.
I mean, with teachers, I feel nervous. No, questions you feel कि fail ना हो जाए कहीं.
हाय है वो तो occupational hazard हो गया अभी क्या कर सकते हैं कोई. All right. So first and the most obvious question. Could you tell us about how you first discovered your voice as a musician? What is it that made you feel that this is what I want to do?
So when I was in school, obviously my main intention was to be popular and be in gangs of friends and cool people. I want to hang out with them. And I felt that my sense of humor was not helping me in that much. So then I tried my hand at music, and somehow I could keep a tune. So I started singing in the school choir, and then I just, basically to impress people, I started writing songs, mainly girls in the beginning.
So understandable.
And then slowly I realized the power of music. And then I realized that's a good entry point, but it can take you places. And I discovered the power of music much later. Earlier it was just frivolous, and it was fun. It's fun even now, but I understood the potential of it much, much later.
Great. Now you're no longer interested in impressing people.
No, I'm completely interested in that. Completely interested in impressing people, but I also understand the power it has. Because you can be responsible and impress people, because you can also deliver a message.
Right.
So it earlier it was more self-centered. Now it is self-centered and can do more.
Right, right. Very honest. Okay, as transparent as anyone can possibly be. So Ankur, the theme of our conference is celebrating plurality. What we would like to know is, in your musical journey, where have you experienced plurality? In which form? Whether it's cultures, music, language, whatever.
I mean, in my craft, I'm a self-taught musician, songwriter, and I never went to any music school or, and I didn't have any mentors who could teach me. So I was learning from different things in life, and I was making my own rules in the beginning when I was playing the chords on the guitar. It was just, I didn't even know the name of the chords I was playing. It just felt nice and felt good. And there was some point in my life, my father was a professor in the IIT in Roorkee. So we had really interesting teachers there that made science and learning fun. One professor had come and told me when I was struggling with physics and calculus, and I felt betrayed when calculus came in my life, because till then I thought arithmetic is mathematics. But then suddenly they flung calculus at us, and I was feeling betrayed, and he told me how like calculus is life and everything is delta x, and I felt that the variable made, you can see a variable in so many forms. And he started explaining calculus and physics to me in a very poetic manner. And I realized that you can learn from different parts. You can learn from physics, you can learn from science, you can learn from nature, and you can apply it to what you want to do. And that somehow, that's when I realized that music has more power than you feel. So I started learning from different places and started applying it to my rule book of songwriting. And plurality played a very big part in it, because I realized that I'm talking to myself a lot in my head. There are many voices, and there were contradictory voices in my head, and that helped me write better songs. So if you would pick up a subject, a feeling, and then you would start discussing that feeling with the different voices in the head, the arguments would result in really good lines. So I realized very early that if everyone in the room is in agreement, then it's not a good room, it's time to leave the room. So those disagreements is what helped me find interesting thoughts and lyrics in my head. So for me, diverse voices always formed a very important part in my songwriting. And that somehow I stumbled upon this thing. I didn't kind of know about this, but I started enjoying it even more. In my earlier phase of songwriting, and even when I was in school and college, I had a rebel streak. I was a contrarian in the room. So the conversations, and then I would lace it with music and humor, so it always became exciting. So it helped me. So I believe in curiosity and diversity. I think they're interlinked.
It's amazing how every speaker seems to echo the theme of GTPS. There is a narrative that we all see here. As a songwriter, you craft lyrics, melodies. And as a music supervisor, sonic architect, you shape sound worlds. How do you shift between these modes? Do you approach them very differently, or are they part of the same creative continuum for you?
For me, it's everything is the same. It is the same universe of storytelling. There are a few aspects for it. There is an aesthetic point of view that you bring in. There's a storytelling point of view. In the storytelling point of view, it's the primary thing. What are you trying to say? Once you identify that and you marry it with the aesthetic, then you can make a song for yourself or build a universe for somebody else. And it just gets the point across in an easier, unsuspecting manner than if you can build a really nice aesthetic universe with sounds and textures, and then marry it with the thought that you're trying to say with each project. Like when you saw Arjun's film, he was very clear about what he wanted to say. When we worked on Gully Boy, we were very clear. Thematically, it was about a class divide. So everything has to kind of link to class divide, and then you build a sonic world around it. Then you know that this is that universe of hip hop is not a universe of privileged people making music. So there are not going to be any fancy ballrooms with big string sections and symphony orchestras, because it will be more. The sounds will be more from available sound. So you build the universe from what you get and what you're trying to say, and it all kind of marries in an interesting way. When it becomes one singular thought, then when you make a song, then people receive it unsuspectingly. They don't try and see the blueprint of how it was made, and if you can achieve that, then it's good.
Okay,
was it very complicated?
No.
Yeah. Was
no.
it very complicated? I should ask you guys. Okay. If it sounds complicated, then I can simplify it. At any point, you can raise your hand and I can simplify it.
The Coke Studio Bharat would like you to talk about that particular project, and how do you navigate the balance between mainstream appeal and creative individuality?
For me, I'd like everything to be mainstream. I feel the thought should be so simple that it should be understood by everyone. In Coke Studio Bharat, we got a really nice opportunity of making music which could, be pan-India and then pan-global. And the approach was very simple. It was a simple story that you wanted to tell. And then how do you kind of make that story come in the form of a song? So I'll take an example of a song that we did in the first season. It was called Khalasi. I don't know if anyone of you heard it. So I can take you through the story of how we built that universe. It was the first season of Coke Studio in India after it had taken a break for around 6 to 7 years. The Coke studio across the border in Pakistan was doing very well, so there was a lot of pressure for us to perform well as well. So we figured that, okay, let's write a simple story of music from India that we want to talk about, and keep the story that can be palatable for the young in India and not just the old. So first, we wanted the people who are younger in age to understand it first, and then kind of take it to the older people. So the story had to be something that resonates with them. So we started discussing. I had made a think tank, and we were having discussions of how we should approach the first song. And one thing we were sure that we wanted to make the song for the whole world and not just India or a region. So we realized that, you know, in the big markets, the Western markets, we want to make an impact. So one of the discussions was that India was, Western world discovered India through the coast of Gujarat. So he said, okay, fine, let's write a song that's based on the coast of Gujarat, and then let them discover this side of our talent as well, which kind of snowballed into a discussion about the startup culture in India. And we kind of equated the startup culture in India with the explorers in the past. Columbus and all, they for us were startup guys. They were raising money from private funds, and a lot of those ships were sinking, like a lot of startups sink. And some ships made a lot of money, like the startups make money. So we felt that we should write about the startup culture without preaching that it's about the startup culture. And we figured that let's not put a beat that the older people dance to, let's put a beat that younger people dance to. So we put a dance hall beat, and then created a whole narrative, which was Imaginary Sailor X, a startup guy. And then we wrote a song, and everyone danced to it. So it was fun.
I think we still are. They still are.
You must continue. But the point I was trying to make was that you write these layers, but the people, when they consume it, should not feel the layers as their academic. They should just enjoy it. We had only, like, the ultimate motive of every song is it should move your body and it should move your soul. And once it's done that, then these layers just help elongate the life of a song. So if that goal is not met with, then all of these don't qualify.
But it helps when we know this kind of a background. It helps us to appreciate it better, and it adds a little more depth, I think, you know, to our appreciation of the music. This is something that most of us wouldn't have known had we not had this conversation.
And it wouldn't be spoken about in many places also, so you guys know a little secret and become ambassadors of the song and elongate the life of the song and show off to your friends that you know a little more than them. But the idea of, I think, music and art is this, to not overburden people with information which seems like education, or but it should be rich enough that you can peel layers and discover more in it as years pass by.
Correct. I think that's what the purpose of this entire summit is, to make education, learning joyful without it becoming too overbearing and overwhelming, either for the teacher or for the learner. Going on to our next question. While supervising or architecting sound for a film series, how do you account for plurality in the audience taste? I mean, your audience is a mixed audience. They come from different kinds of backgrounds and cultural tastes. How do you cater to that?
I believe in diversity, but I don't see people as different. I see everyone as the same. I believe that there are different points of view that come in, and they should be encouraged. But you don't try and cater to people, but you try and cater to feelings, because feelings is something that unite everyone of any caste, creed, religion. And it could be positive feelings or negative feelings. It could be jealousy, it could be greed, it could be love, it could be hatred, it could be anything. And I feel that if you communicate and you stay honest to a feeling, then it passes through different layers. So if you write a song about jealousy, then people who are feeling jealous will start identifying with it. If you start writing a song about heartbreak, then people going through a heartbreak will relate with it and find their own story in it. So even when I see a film or I read a book or I hear a song, I would always try and find my story in it, in my imaginary world, and so, oh, that sounds like me. That person doesn't know me at all.
Correct.
But you would feel that the writer is writing about me, or the singer is singing about me. But it would primarily be because they're kind of tapping into the same feeling that you're feeling. And I feel that this thing of feeling kind of unites everyone together, different people together. So I, in my work, don't get burdened with the fact that I have to write for everyone. At the same time, I kind of am writing for everyone if I'm identify the feeling, and I see everyone as equal, because a privileged person's heartbreak would be equal to an underprivileged person's heartbreak, or people can be of different caste or religion, but they feel the same. We're all humans. And if you identify diversity and you're comfortable with it, the earlier you get comfortable with it, it's better for you as an artist.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question which is a very basic question, but also a very silly question. Of all the work that you've done so far, which was the most challenging? And which was the most rewarding? Which one did you like, oh, this I really, really had to struggle a lot for?
I mean, the work that you're struggling for is the current work you're doing always.
Okay.
Because when you're doing it, you always feel the struggle, and in retrospect, you feel that it was fun.
Okay.
But at that time, you're really going through the grind. So currently, I'm finishing my album, so that is the toughest work for me.
Okay.
But if you see in retrospect, every work that you do seems hard.
Right.
For me, usually when I'm writing my own work, it's easier. But when I'm doing commission projects, it's slightly more difficult because you're telling somebody else's narrative. So if you're working in a movie, it's slightly more difficult than writing for yourself. And I think in terms of rewarding, I co-wrote the song Apna Time Aayega in Gully Boy. That I felt was very rewarding for me because I saw so many people wearing those t-shirts around, and it felt
It's almost an anthem for
yeah,
young
so it
people.
was very exciting to see that you felt like, okay, that's a part of me going there. And so it felt very rewarding that the message got through, and the message got through to different sets of people. You could see all sort of people wearing that t-shirt in all sorts of countries in different places. So when that kind of travels far, you feel that, okay, you could tap into a thought that a lot of people kind of related with. So it feels good and
Right.
boosts your ego.
Absolutely.
You feel happy about
Worthwhile.
yourself for a bit till the time you get back to your current project and you're struggling again.
I think not just t-shirts, it had slipped into normal conversation. I mean, there was an air of defiance and a sense of joy with which people would say that. It was a part of language, not just t-shirts, I think. I'm sure the young would vouch for that. So many times, in so many ways, in ordinary conversation, somebody would make that particular statement. So I think you can still continue to be a little happy. Your ego still.
No, I'm happy, but I feel like now it should come. Like, abhi aayega in future, it should be now. future tense is like not as rewarding as present tense.
Okay. So in your personal work as an artist, songs, live shows, personal projects, how do you weave plurality in your own identity? See, the many things that you do and the identity that you have for yourself, how do you weave in plurality into these various roles? It's a little complicated. It's a teacher kind of question. You're allowed to ignore it. Yes,
student
yes,
type
yes.
of answer.
Yes, please.
Look, I see like all, like if I have to draw a metaphor for work is, I love the idea of nature, which I derive a lot from nature. and I love going on treks and finding myself actually lost in treks where there is no Wi-Fi and no nothing, and sometimes you find yourself in forests, and when you look around, it completely tells you about your work. I feel like it's the most magical place to be inside a forest, because there are such different kinds of trees. They're like, I feel more comfortable in a forest than a manicured garden, because there are different kinds of trees. The big trees are supporting the smaller trees, and then there's a whole ecosystem that's around. Like a lot of times you see politicians cutting trees and saying so many trees have been planted that way, and I don't feel it's like exact mathematics. Like forests are like calculus, then it's not arithmetic. So I was driving through Germany once, and there was a patch of forest that was missing. So I asked my friend, how is this patch missing? And they said the same thing. They said that it's because in the earlier eco drive, the government had said that they're going to plant trees, but like idiots, they planted the same trees. So the pest came and ate all those trees away. So that's why the patch is there. And that kind of gave me an insight into your work as well. Is like, if you're writing a song, then it should also be like a forest. If you're telling a story, it should also be like a forest. If you end up using a heavy tree, then you have to have a smaller tree next to it, supporting it, so it becomes more palatable. If there's a dark patch, then you also need to take a turn and suddenly arrive at a part which will have sunlight. And it's just a rhythm of walking through a forest could be the rhythm of writing a song or a story, or even narrating a kissa. So pretty much you kind of learn from things around you, especially nature, and then try and reflect that rhythm in your work as well. Is that the kind of answer you're looking for? Or?
I'm a very, very understanding teacher, and I loved your answers, and I love your articulateness. So it doesn't really matter, honestly. And anyway, you did answer it very nicely. And I like your analogies of the forest and nature and music and calculus and music. I thought never went in the same sentence together. But
Music and mathematics actually are quite relative. Like I trouble all the younger lyricists. Prithvi sitting here is about the metering. It's mathematical. It's like a rhythm. It's like a grid. So actually, with great poets, if you put their poetry and you put a line like this, you would see all syllables will fall on it. Piyush is a dancer. He would know how his dancing would be mathematics. Everything is the mathematics. At the same time, it's physics. At the same time, it's literature. And it's all the subjects combined together.
True. All learning. It's integrated. There's no silos, which is what we've been talking to. Can you tell us of a time when a collaboration surprised you?
A collaboration that surprised me was actually with Arjun when we did Kho Gayam Kahan. It surprised me a lot because when we started working together, he was an assistant director in Gully Boy, and then he was directing a film. It was his first film. So in my first meeting with him, I was a little apprehensive. I didn't think that he would know what he's trying to do. But within like 2 minutes, he dispelled everything, and he, like the clarity of his thought of what he liked and what he disliked, and what, it was not more so what liked or disliked, it was more for what he felt qualified the story better and what didn't qualify the story better was very, very clear. So that was a very smooth and surprising collaboration for me. Usually when people are making their first films or first major projects, they have this tendency to try and impress and trying to impress, they do everything. But it was his no's were more impressive than his yes. So it was interesting what he was saying no to because it didn't qualify the story better. So it was a very interesting collaboration for me to work with him and then create the universe of the music and then get the music for the project. We worked with amazing musicians. We worked with Ofen Savera. We worked with Achint. We worked with Karan Kanchan, Rashmeet. A lot of interesting artists came together and made that soundtrack, and it was a lot of fun. Sid Shirodkar did the score of the film, so it was very interesting.
From your perspective, how has the music industry changed over time?
Music industry is, I would say, changing very rapidly. It's very exciting because I feel from when I started making music from the Buzurg era, it was analog, so it was difficult and it was cumbersome and it was expensive to record music, and then technology came in where you could set up studios in your own home. So it kind of democratized that part. And then streaming services came in, so you could put in your music out. Earlier, when I started making music, you had to record on tape. You had to record in expensive studios, and then you could only release music through cassettes and then CDs. So that process has become much more simple. It's democratized, and now we are entering the world of AI. Which is equal parts scary and exciting, and but it's a reality in our life, and we are going to witness a rapid change in music industry even through that. So it's I think for me the most exciting thing is what Industrial Revolution did to the artists. What was it took the power away from the artist because it made the product more important. So the product being the CD or the vinyl or the cassette, but with the advent of technology, I think the power is kind of coming back to the artist, or this is the right time for the artist to claim that power back to them from the industry.
Well, they say the artist speaks most eloquently through his art. So I realize that we're all waiting to hear him. But before that, one last question, out of curiosity again. For members of the audience here, if there is one thing you want us to take away from this particular exchange or an interaction with you, what would it be?
I would say that, especially because there are a lot of young people in the room, if you want to create an impact, it'll be nice for you to look up rather than look at your phone, because there are more clues outside. It's also an opportunity because a lot of the world is lost in there. So it's a great opportunity for you to be ahead of the curve, because the clues and things that nature and life will give you, you'll never get through the phone. It's already filtered. So I would say that could be a very interesting clue. I'm not saying that you should ignore this, but you would get, if you're, say, for instance, walking from here to your home, and if you're looking into the phone, you might not learn as much as you might learn walking from and looking up, and you would see more things around you. You would see, is there an earthquake? Monkeys. Oh wow, that's so exciting.
She's joking.
No, she's
Seriously?
not. This is so nice. Yeah, it was like a rumble. But yeah, so for me,
This is the first time
See.
we've had it. This is the second
Yeah.
day. We've never had this sound
it was
earlier.
very exciting. So we have more audience.
She's here.
Yeah. We have more audience. But yeah, I don't want to sound preachy and want to say that what you're doing is right or wrong. But there are a lot of interesting clues that lay outside that gadget. As also at the same time, that gadget is very powerful. Probably the computer that sent man to the moon was not as powerful as a gadget in your hand. So I think an equal mix of both would be very exciting and could probably give you an edge.
All right. So on behalf of everyone here, first of all, very, very good luck
Thank you
with
so much.
your album, the one that
Oh,
you're
yeah.
working on.
Yeah.
Since you said that
I think it's going to come out in February or March. It's called Mr. Farig, and it's about procrastination and investigating why I don't complete some projects. So it will be
this
exciting.
man touches too many chords. Yes. Okay. You're expecting it to be released in Jan-Feb.
February or March, depends on Prithvi's. She'll tell me when to do it.
She's hiding.
Yeah.
All the very
Yeah,
best.
thank you.
I'm sure we're waiting to hear him.
But should we open it for any questions or anything, if any conversation, and then so after singing I can exit? It'll be better exit for me.
What a dramatic exit,
Yeah.
right? The
Yeah,
right
so
kind of exit.
So it'll be at least it'll be in my control. So if anybody has any interesting quips, things, agreements, disagreements, thoughts, it'll be nice to hear. Yeah. Actually, we can speak like this also.
No, this is.
YouTube is important. Just tell me your name also before.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. I am Mishayu. And it was a very insightful conversation that we were able to hear from your side. I just had one question. So what are your thoughts on the involvement and everything of artificial intelligence on music? So what are your thoughts on that?
I feel like it's we have to find ourselves in a position where we use AI and AI doesn't use us. There is a huge side of AI which is unethical, where it's stealing from artists, which I completely disagree with. But at the same time, I would love AI to file my taxes while I make music, or AI to clean the environment while I write a song. So I feel it's how we intend to use AI rather than let it use us. I don't feel that we should be scared of it, but I feel that we should make sure that we win the battle against it and make it work for us.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hi sir, this is Suvit this side. I really liked the way you had the conversation, like it was very transparent and honest, and I love that. So my question to you is that majorly, do you think like your melodies are mostly like out of the world, like from the world outside, or is it like from something timeless within you?
How old are you?
I'm 16 right now.
So I've actually not put so much thought for it. For me, usually making music is trying to lose yourself to the moment. So what I try and do is I usually noodle with my guitar, and I have a notebook where I'm scribbling some words, and try and get myself in a almost like a meditative space, where you kind of, you must have felt it sometimes when you lose the concept of time and space. It could be a conversation with a friend, or you are hearing a song or reading a book where you suddenly wake up, oh shit, like 3 hours have passed, I didn't realize. So you try and get yourself to that state, and once you're in that state where you don't care for the world, then YouTube, I forgot. Then if you can get yourself to that state, and then whatever's channeling through you is good. So then I try and do that. I try and see when you wake up from that trance-like state, then you realize, oh, it's a beautiful melody and words are waltzing with each other, and it feels very good. So I don't know outside, inside, whatever happens.
Thank you, sir.
I think this is a dilemma for every creator, but does it excite you?
What's your name, ma'am?
Sushmita. So what excites you more, to create music for yourself, or to get a new project where you get a few, you get the parameters and everything is under, you have to give in, to the whims of other people. What excites you more?
For me, honestly, all the music I'm creating is music for myself. When you are working with other people, then your salesman and your marketer gets activated more, and then you try and camouflage for them to believe it's for them. But it's primarily the story you want to say and what you see in a subject. When other people give you a project, sometimes it's very exciting because you kind of get an opportunity to talk about things that you wouldn't have thought about yourself, or angles that you wouldn't have seen yourself. But finally, I feel anybody who's employing me is employing me from my point of view. So I have to put in my point of view there. And if they're disagreeing, then I have to be a better salesman. Or if I can't sell, then probably I have to walk out the project. But it's exciting when other people give you projects as well. But for your own projects, they boost your ego better because you feel that you are amazing when you're writing your own projects, because a jumbled thought in your head gets simplified and it comes like you basically you have a feeling and you have to write something, and it's a kind of a hazy jumbled thought in your head, and you keep on mulling over it, and as I said, the voices in your head are talking, arguing, shouting at each other and things, and finally a very simple thought comes, and then you feel very happy about it and you feel excited about it and you feel, oh wow, so your ego boosts better.
If I may, I sincerely believe that however sophisticated AI gets, it can't ever replace the true artist. But I'm going to ask you a cheeky question. What would be your response to a teacher, say a physics teacher, who uploads her chapter on magnetism, say, on ChatGPT, tells ChatGPT to write the lyrics of a song which is not longer than 20 lines, gives it to Suno.com, and tells Suno.com, now create a hip-hop melody out of it and create a song? How would you, I mean, I'm thinking in terms of a teacher, that would you be really upset if a teacher did that kind of thing and used it in class to teach magnetism?
Not at all. I feel like teachers should use AI and they should talk about it, but also understand the position and the role of AI. So I'm still kind of forming my opinion on AI. I have not formed it as yet because I wouldn't lie to you. I don't know it as much as probably more people in the room would know about it than me. But again, an internal discussion in my head of I was identifying what is AI, and this is a thought where I am right now, what happened in my head. I felt that for any work, there are two aspects, according to me. One is logic, and the other is empathy. And they're opposing forces. Logic and empathy don't go together. Logic is more, in our simplistic terms, more masculine, and empathy is more feminine. And I feel any work that is created should have a good balance between logic and empathy. I feel AI can give you really good logical solutions, but it doesn't have empathy. And I feel the more logical you get there, then you have to be more empathetic. So I feel women will use AI better than men because they will probably push in the empathy aspect even more to counter the logic that you're getting. AI solves for time. What somebody has taken a lifetime to do, it can do in seconds, but it's not taken that journey. So it's not developed that empathy. It's faking empathy. So I feel if you're using logic, which is a good thing, I feel everyone should use logic. Being a man, I should say that. But I feel that it's of no value if it doesn't have empathy in it. So even as a man, if I use logic, then I have to dip into my feminine side and pull out more empathy and douse it in empathy to make that project more exciting.
Beautiful response. Thank you so much.
You can, yeah. That will be gentlemanly thing to do.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to, you said about the empathy thing.
What's your name, ma'am?
Tirtha.
Tirtha.
Yeah. So can't we just give a prompt and it will add both the aspects to it, like the empathy and the logic part?
I mean, it can fake empathy, but you would know that it can't. I can, as an actor, I can fake an emotion, but real emotion will come from, empathy comes from experience and time. It can fake somebody else's empathy, but yes, to answer your question, yes, you can give that prompt. And ideally, if you have to be clever, you should do it. You should definitely look out at that aspect if you're trying to do something in a rush. But there is no fun in doing something in a rush. That I can tell you with an experience. Like you wouldn't experience the joy of all the struggles that you would go through to create it. And your generation is still lucky because you're on the curve. You have experienced pain and you have experienced, heartbreaks and a real struggle to create something. The future generation will do it like this, and it will not experience this, and you will start noticing with them, and then your value will rise because you can tell them about that aspect and you can bring it. What you can do in real life, like if you draw a line on a paper with a pencil, and you ask the computer to draw a line, when you go really into it, zoom into it, you would see your line is still a straight line, and that line is almost like a staircase, right? So that's the difference. So it'll always be a staircase. You can fake a straight line from a distance, but when you go really close into it, when it has to change your life, if you have to create work that will change people's lives, then you should.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Isha. I would like to ask you, in your own silence, according to your perspective, how do you produce the music?
How do I produce music?
Yeah. In your silence.
Sorry?
In your silence.
I'm always kind of writing songs. I see myself more as a songwriter than a musician. If you ask me to jam on stage with somebody, probably I'll struggle. But my own songs and my own thoughts, I'm always kind of writing. I feel as an artist, I keep the aspect of curiosity alive. One of the reasons I came here today, because I was really curious about your work, and I was very sure that anybody who's come to this room would be a curious mind. So I was excited to share a room with curious people. And I feel curiosity is something that kind of drives my work. I'm interested in people's lives, opinions, and things, and that kind of helps me write my music, because technically you can put a set of chords together, a melody and a thing together, but what will make that same chord progression and same melody interesting is if I can put a unique point of view in it, and that you get when you listen to people and you hang out with people. So I live in Bandra, and there's a cafe called Good Luck Cafe there, which if you ever go to Bandra, you should go there. It's an Irani cafe. The amazing thing about that cafe is that it's free seating, so anybody can sit anywhere, and the pricing is nice. When I nice mean nice, not high. So you could be sitting next to an auto driver or a banker, because the food is banging. So it's exciting to share a table with everyone and kind of eavesdrop into their conversations. And here, a lot of my songs I've written sitting there, because you can just eavesdrop into people's conversation and different kind of, we're talking about diversity. It's exciting to see when you're sitting what the auto driver is going through, not in the same sense, it's probably the same thing the banker is going through. And it's interesting to be curious and know about other people and their lives and their feelings. Not in a gossip fashion, that is also good sometimes, but mostly in the aspect of feelings.
Friends, though we would love this conversation to go on, I am afraid we have constraints of time, and may I kindly request Ankur to show us the magic of your guitar.
So I've written this song which I wanted to sing. I was asked in my email if I have a presentation. I got nervous. I was told PowerPoint वगैरह तो मुझे बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है. So मैंने कहा कि presentation, I will present a song, which kind of I feel is something that has been really helping me to communicate what I'm feeling these days. I did a tour of the US last year and the year before that, and I was very nervous because I was going to sing to a new audience. And is that mic working? Is this working? I'll continue. 2 seconds. Check. Yeah, so I was touring and I was very nervous while touring. That was not me. That was him. Okay. So I was nervous mainly because I was going to sing to an audience that doesn't understand my language. So I felt that nobody should boo me. So with my friend Swanand, we wrote a version of a John Lennon song, Imagine, and we made a Hindi version of it and reimagined Imagine. So I felt that I should sing that for you, and if you like it, the simple chords, simple song, you should sing it and spread the message of love and diversity through the power of diversity through the world. I hope you like it. Hope the monkeys like it. Have you heard Imagine by any chance? Okay, that gives me satisfaction. फर्ज करो कोई मुल्क ना हो कोई मजहब, फर्ज करो दुनिया में कहीं भी न हो कोई सरहद, फर्ज करो इंसान को न हो तेरा मेरा कहने की आदत। देखे हैं ख्वाब कुछ मैंने और मैं अकेला नहीं, तुम भी आओगे यहाँ फिर मिलके जिएंगे हम सभी। फर्ज करो कि पैसा ना हो न काला ना सफेद, फर्ज करो जात पात ना हो न रंग का भेद, फर्ज करो इंसान को ना हो पानी पर्वत और जंगल सब देखे हैं ख्वाब कुछ मैंने और मैं अकेला नहीं, तुम भी आओगे यहाँ फिर मिलके जिएंगे हम सभी, मिलके जिएंगे हम सभी, मिलके जिएंगे हम सभी, मिलके जिएंगे हम सभी। Thank you. Thank you. That's my exit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Ankur. We had a delightful session, lot of insights, and a very, very lyrical singer, very talented. As I've always said, we need to bring in much more music into our classrooms, with music bringing in both the hemispheres of the brain. There's never a rigid left hemisphere or a right hemisphere. There's always a conversation between the hemispheres of the brain, and music does it. And it's closest to the mathematics part of the brain. So it's my fond hope that it will get stimulated, the mathematics part of the brain, at some point in my life. Thank you very much. Thank you. 1 minute. Ankur, come here. नहीं हो गया मैं बोलने का हो गया
All right. We just had this wonderful session on music. Well, with music, can dance be far behind? No. Exactly. I saw the young people clapping. All right. GTPS has the greatest pleasure in welcoming our next artist of the day, Dr. Piyush Raj. Dr. Piyush Raj is an artist with an academic approach, an arts entrepreneur and a performer. He has a doctorate in pharmacy, an MBA in marketing, and was in the medical industry for 20 years, followed by a stint of 10 years with a career in interior and furniture design. I love the arc of his life. His love for dance was a constant throughout all this. And that is what made him give up all the other careers and dedicate his time completely to performing arts and dance. He has been instrumental in establishing a creative space for all performing arts, the Natanam Studio for Performing Arts, based in Mumbai, which is affiliated to the Gandharva Mahavidyalaya and Natavari Academy of Kathak Dance. A Nritya Alankar in Kathak, he was initiated into Kathak by Dr. Shevni Pandya. He further honed his art for over 20 plus years in the Guru Shishya Parampara from his guru, late Sri Bireshwar Gautam, a renowned Kathak dancer and accomplished Thumri singer. Piyush's dance derives its flavor from his tutelage, highlighting the nuances of Kathak by emphasizing the Teherav, while simultaneously developing the bhava and abhinaya aspect of katha vachan and poetry in dance. As a Ghandabandhan Shagird of Mahamopadhyay Padmashri Dr. Guru Dadich, he is now pursuing his advanced training in Kathak under the able guidance of the same teacher, reviving the old traditions of Kathak, Kathan Parampara, and the Aparachalit Tals. His deep interest to integrate Kathak Prayoga with Shastra has given him an impetus to consider pursuing further research in the same. Under Dr. Puru Dadich's guidance, he has been instrumental in establishing the first ever diploma course in Kathak Shastra, a year-long course exploring various facets of the ancient and recent literature available on Kathak, and has published a few papers on this topic related to these areas. He has given numerous performances at prestigious festivals and has collaborated with many artists and organizations for large productions and helped in the choreographic process of the same. Having an in-depth knowledge of the Indian folk dances, he has performed and assisted in the choreography of many ballets based on Kathak and folk dances. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Piyush Raj. It is our pleasure to have you with us today.
Hello. Thank you for such a wonderful introduction. When Kumi called me up and said, that you have to come again this year also for GTPS, the first thing I think is, oh my God, that means I have to make a PowerPoint presentation. I have to now start working on this, because we as artists are not used to, sitting on laptops and working on PowerPoints and all that stuff. So I remember last year when I had come here for first time, she gave me a very, very dear topic, which is very dear to me as well, using dance as a medium for education. So that was something which we all do, even currently as well. And this year, she told me this topic, and I started thinking about this, inclusivity through dance. Now, to approach this topic, when I started thinking about it, I said we do this day in and day out. Even in our academy, or even otherwise where we go out to either teach or perform, we do this very regularly. But talking to an audience like you, who all are already in the field of education, and you all are doing this, I'm sure you also are doing this particular aspect, but not maybe through dance, but you all are doing it in other ways. So how do we approach this inclusivity or diversity through dance? What is the first thing that a child learns? Sorry? Knowledge? Crawling, okay. Crawling is what? Movement, right? So the first thing which comes, even when the child is born, after the first cry, what does the child do? Shakes his hands and legs? That's dance. Movement is dance. Even Ankur just said that unless the song has given two aspects or fulfills two aspects, that it does not trigger you to get up and dance, and it does not make you feel within, then that song also has no meaning. So everything is linked to movement. Even right now also when you're nodding, it's an inverbal communication you all are giving me that you're understanding. Right? Can robots do that? No. So this is where the dance aspect comes in, that unless and until we understand that it is the most integral part of our being as an individual, that movement comes very naturally to all of us. Be it be any type of movement. I'm not saying that it has to be a dance movement, but the crux is that it has to be a movement-based therapy. So that is the reason we have a lot of courses today where we called as dance movement therapy. There are a lot of professionals who are conducting these courses, a lot of professional institutions who are doing this, but we do it every day. We do it even at your homes, we do it at schools, colleges, walking, everywhere. Even when you're listening to your favorite music, you're actually moving. You're moving in your head. If you don't have space to dance, but you're dancing in your head, in your mind, right? So that itself is triggering you, that there is a movement which is inherent to your body. There is a muscle mass memory, what we call, that it triggers you. So since I have made the presentation, I might as well show off. Okay, so can I have that? Yeah. I have to aim there. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I thought let us just approach this particular topic by going through these points as to understanding dance. As I already mentioned, what is dance? Benefits of using dance as a medium for education. I'm sure all of you are aware of this, but I'll just, because it's an academic approach, I thought it's just to list out the points. Understanding inclusivity and how do we attain this inclusivity through dance. Already mentioned that it is a universal language, which transcends boundaries. The best part is it brings everybody together. It breaks all the kinds of barriers. So it could be any kind of a dance. Like it could be traditional, which could be folk, or tribal, or even classical, which is actually learned. But any kind of dance, actually it becomes a community-based project. Or you dance when you're happy, right? You dance even when you're sad. All those times when you've had heartbreaks and you listen to the songs and you start dancing in a very different way. But yes, you dance, you move, right? So it's a very different kind of approach. But you dance because you feel there is an emotion involved while you're dancing. And Ankur also said the same thing, that unless and until you feel something, you do not move. When you say, oh, I was moved by that movie, or it just moved me, you moved within, right? Because there is something which is happening inside you, which is making you move. And that is a way of expressing yourself. All those, festivals, the recently what everybody says is, oh, this fellow's, let's do the Ganpati dance. What is Ganpati dance? Free type of dance, right? There's nobody is seeing each other. You're just enjoying, you're dancing, you're moving. But what does that give you? What gives you? Joy, happiness, and a feeling of oneness with your friends or family or whoever you're dancing with. So this itself is a basis of inclusivity. That you are, irrespective who is there with you, you are dancing with them. You're having a good time with them, right? So this is what dance does to each and every individual. Fosters awareness from socio-economical conditions or principles, or which might just get missed out in a formal education. So you need to have an approach which is informal also. I mean, I'm not going into those details about how the benefits of dance, developing skills, cognitive, psychomotor. What is psychomotor? Psychomotor skills. A very interesting thing, when when many people come to me for learning dance, there are people, children also of all age, and adults as well. Ladies also come to me that we want to start dancing now. Maybe they are after 45, 50. All my other, responsibilities are over. The kids have grown up, they are going to college. Now I have a lot of free time and I already had a passion to dance, so let me start dancing. So when they come to dance, they already have a lot of thought process saying that, oh, this is going to be difficult. I don't know whether I'll be able to do it or not. But then when they start doing it, they realize it that when I'm telling them to coordinate the hand and the foot movement, they're finding it difficult. Initially, they're finding it difficult. Because when I'm saying that tap your left foot, but raise your right hand. Now that is, on a continuous basis, it is becoming difficult for them to do it. But as they practice, they understand and they start assimilating this is what I said is psychomotor skills, where you're coordinating your own bodies and bringing it in sync with each other. Coordinating and syncing your right side and the left side alternatively in dance. That is why many people say, oh, I have 2 left feet. I cannot dance, I have 2 left feet. I don't believe that. Everybody can dance. Nobody is judging you how well you dance or how bad you dance, but everybody can dance because everybody knows how to move to a music. Have feet, can dance. True, absolutely. So all these are something which already you all know about it. So I'm not going to repeat this. Getting into inclusivity, being a universal language, why dance is easier to have this particular topic included is because inclusivity could be from all the 2 types. That is, it could be inclusivity and diversity. What does this bring together? Regardless of their socio-economical background, identity like age, caste, gender, etc., abilities. There are so many children, especially able children, who are lacking these. We take this for granted, but there are so many people who are lacking these. So these are also, if we include them, they have a huge impact on their emotional development also. When they kind of approach dance as a medium to include everybody. And of course, diversity brings a wealth of experiences, talents, vibrancy. So all this helps you to define what is inclusivity. How do you say that inclusivity? This is again, I'm not getting into the details, the formal education, informal, non-formal. All these are, you all are teachers. You're already into this field of education. You are aware of the various types of education. The picture, what you see here, is actually, I'll just give you a background that we have been conducting a lot of dance appreciation workshops and dance education workshops or dance movement therapy in various underprivileged schools which are not aided. Okay, and this is one of the municipal schools in Bandra. They have a huge campus, but they don't even have a proper classroom where everybody can get together and have a session for dance. So we actually went out in the courtyard under a banyan tree and had a session there amongst the nature. So this is something which is, so if you have a will to do it, you will find a way to do it. So that's what is important. That's where we were kind of teaching the students. Now approaching inclusivity, I'm just heading on to the main topics, is breaking down barriers. As I said, people shouldn't feel that, oh, I don't know, so how am I going to fit into this particular group? Everybody is good, I am not. So as teachers, you need to take responsibility to break down this particular barrier and give equal opportunities to each and every child. Fostering collaboration, teamwork, supporting and celebrating individual differences. Each and every child is different. Their abilities are different. Their approach to education is different. The way they learn is different, is completely, so it is very important, you as educators, to understand this particular aspect and tailor make the approach. It cannot be the same for everybody. Inclusive teaching techniques, evaluating and adjusting your approach, embracing diversity in education through dance. All these are things which you're already doing it. It's not that y'all are not doing it, but maybe you have not done it through dance. I get a question that, but who's going to teach them to dance? We don't have time. We are already overburdened with so many things, papers and education and classes and lectures. And अभी ये नया क्यों तुम दे रहे हो मेरे को? हमको नहीं करना ये सब. This is what I see even teachers coming and telling us, that we don't have time. We also have our own family lives to go back to. We don't have time to do this. But you, if you can have help of the professionals to come and conduct sessions for you all will also enjoy teaching them dance, not because it doesn't become like a chore, but it becomes very, very inclusive for yourself also. You also get included into this whole process and it becomes easier. Again, this is something which I really wanted to bring out, that how dance can help, through various aspects, be it socio-economical, be it differently abled, or an individual identity-wise. Child Rehab Center. We have even gone to centers treating the PTSD children. What is PTSD? Yes. So there are so many children who go through this particular situation they don't know how to come out with. Internationally and even nationally also, war-affected children, people who are coming from war-affected zones. There are so many such people who have gone through stress. And the best way to let out stress is dance. Because you're actually moving your body. There isn't dynamism involved. When you tell them to do studies, their brains are shut because they are so stressed out because of the trauma what they have gone to. But to open their brains, you need something different which will help them to trigger that dopamine release, which helps them to bring back their joy of life. Unless and until they have that will to live, that joy, it doesn't allow them to even do the other education subjects. Same thing is with autism, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, slow learners, ADHD, Parkinsonism. We have courses of dance movement therapy for adults who are going through Parkinsonisms. They cannot even stand up on their own, but they have done shows on the auditoriums of dance shows because they have undergone this particular therapy. So there is nothing that it's not possible to, that dance cannot help. Same as the case was gender fluid or LGBTQ or visually or orally challenged children or individuals. I have seen, you all must have seen that movie Rocky and Rani ki. There was one sentence which was very, used very, very prominently there. हुनर का कोई gender नहीं होता, right? So talent doesn't have a gender. Many people keep asking me that, oh, we are boys, we don't have to dance. It's all girls. But there's nothing of that sort. There is nothing that only girls can dance and boys cannot dance. Especially, I feel I get this particular question in my own classical dance field. That classical dance is not for guys. It's only for girls. And if hip hop and all that the boys can do. The girls should not do that. Why? There is nothing of that sort. So please, this has to be cleared from the minds of the children and individuals also. That even adults also have come and see that नहीं वो आप classical मत सिखाओ, आप उसको कुछ दूसरा कुछ सिखा दो, but classical is not for guys. This is wrong, approach. Because sadly, who's the god of dance? There, Shiva. So where is the question about, guys cannot dance? So this is something which, and all the earlier gurus have all been male dancers who have taught a lot of female dancers, but everybody has been male dancers. So just listing out maybe might help. I've left the presentation for y'all. So in case if it helps, how to include, there are various grids, there are various parameters, there is various curriculums what has been designed based on a lot of research done as to how we can include dance to get inclusivity in the educational field. So creating inclusive dance spaces, developing inclusive dance curriculum, which enrolls that each and every kind of a person, individual, is enrolled into that particular field in the same room. So that is the reason it kind of gives an opportunity to learn dance, even for teachers also. Collaborative dance movements, nurturing dance connections, or flexibility within the structure. So unless and until, and this process is an ongoing process. So you will have to have internal evaluations also every time, whenever you're doing something or getting something. Okay, enough of my talking. I just wanted to show you something which is very interesting. A Down syndrome child learning Kathak. This is psychomotor coordination. You said, I have two left feet. This person has only one left foot. And he's dancing a dance form called as Odissi, okay, from Orissa. And there is no shame in it. You're just following your passion. And training this dance form is very difficult. This is a scene from a Ramayana clip, but what you're about to see is, it's a mix of, this is what is inclusivity on wheelchair. There are some dancers on wheelchair and some are dancers who are dancing regularly. a Hanuman on wheelchair, breaking barriers. People think that he has to fly every time, but no, not needed. It's movement based. A child with cerebral palsy. Dancing to the shlok.
I like the moving, she like the moving. He like the
Autistic children.
We like
Dance
the
exercises for
people jumping
autistic
off the
children.
floor, dancing till
So there
your
is
feet
nothing
sore. Party hard
which
just
can
like
hold
it's
them
Mardi
back.
Gras, 'cause that's what life is for.
See, even y'all are
And
moving
we don't
right now,
party
right?
hardly, we just
In your
party
own
hard.
seats.
And not because we bored. We
So that's the
party 'cause
power
we
of
born
dance, the
apart.
movement.
That's why, yes, that's why, yes, that's why.
This is a dance performance by children with cerebral palsy. You are aware of cerebral palsy, right? A person cannot coordinate their movement, they can't even stand properly, and if they can dance. But when they see that, people say, oh, how cute! Isn't it? But it is their emotions which are coming out. They are feeling one with everybody. I'm sure everybody can dance on this song, right? Again, this is something I wanted to show you. This is Miracle on Wheels. Each and every dance form of India. It could be folk, it could be tribal, it could be classical, any dance form. Martial arts. See the flexibility which a person can develop, and this is what I call breaking barriers. That nothing, if you decide that you want to dance, nothing can stop you. So please, next time, do not tell anybody, no, I cannot dance. Okay, and even all the teachers, the kids, I'm sure they're already dancing, but teachers also, please join a dance class. There's no age that you cannot start dancing. The very fact that you have made up your mind, you want to do something and you want to start dancing, you should. That's the 50% of the battle won. We had, this is a very old Rig Veda shlok. I'm sure everybody is aware of this particular shlok. Can anybody tell me the meaning of this shlok? Anybody? This has been told in our Vedas, which is applicable till today. Sangachadvam, Sangadadvam. Sangachadvam is we all walk together. We all come together. We all work together. And let's all have unified mind so that we achieve the spiritual. So I think dance as a movement, dance as a movement is something which helps you to connect your mind, body, and soul. Unless and until there is soul involved in it, then it's just a movement. But the moment the soul gets involved in it, it becomes dance. So I really tell all the teachers, educators that please include dance as one of your main subjects in the curriculum. It helps to develop the child and yourself in a very, very different manner, which really takes your mind, body, and soul to a different spiritual level. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for that presentation. I just had a question regarding, so on one of the slides you mentioned that you had a like a therapy program for Parkinson's patients, which I found pretty intriguing because having some cases of Parkinson's in my family itself, I wanted to know what exactly is it that you like deal with and how you engage with them so that you can reverse that vegetative state.
Yeah, this is a very relevant question because I'm sure somewhere or the other many people have come across this particular disease or disorder. There are courses which are existing, which are based on the dance movement therapy in Bombay, in outside Bombay also, where we tell the patients or the individuals to come as a group. So if they can stand and do the basic movements, we tell them to encourage that, or else sit down and make them. I mean, I had a lot of videos, but I didn't want to bring so many different aspects here, but there are a lot of situations where they have been over a period of time because they can use music as a therapy, they can use dance as a therapy, where they have developed that particular confidence in them that they can stand up and start at least moving, doing basic movements. And slowly then it's a time consuming process, but yes, it is possible. Sure.
Thank you, sir, for that presentation. My question is, you were talking about differently able doing dance. Some differently able students tend to have problems with music because of the hearing loss or things like that. I'm one of them. I can't listen to music without it hurting my ears. But the thing is, whenever I get asked to dance, I'm just not able to because I need music or something which goes with it. And listening to music is again hurting my ears. So how would you suggest I learn dance or do dance or something without any music playing?
No, yes, I agree. Good question, because many people, as even Ankur said, that you listen to music and it makes you dance. But if there is one particular sense which is lower than the other senses are very sharp. The developed are very sharp. So when you see things visually, you form your own rhythm in your own mind. When I am showing you a particular movement, okay, if I am showing any movement to you, you are going to follow that movement with me because your visuals are very, your brains are accepting that particular thing. Slowly you will develop that particular habit that you keep on following that person and you will always be on beat. So that's not going to be impairment. There's no impairment. Yeah, you will now probably have a longer learning curve, but that's fine.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
My wife brought out a very nice point, and I thought it's a good idea to mention that because we're talking about inclusivity, and the masculine and the feminine are there in both of us, and the Nataraj, the Ardhanareshwari is a symbol of that, and I think the one important point that comes up as inclusivity is when you actually render to a classical dance, there is that balance of the masculine and the feminine.
True, true.
And therefore, that is also a form of inclusivity that happens when one is either too masculine or one is too feminine, and there needs to be a balance between the two.
Yeah, I would like to add something. So it's a topic that, or a point that I've heard other speakers also mention, the feminine and the masculine, how that has to be unified in a person. Could you give an example what happens if that is unified within a person who is dancing, so everyone can maybe understand why it's so important that a human has both these qualities equally awakened within them?
Yeah. Very, very relevant and very good question, because even Ankur said the same thing, that I need to touch my logic is the masculine side and the empathy is the feminine side. Each one of us has both masculine and feminine energies. Like he said, the Ardhanareshwar. Okay, these are age-old concepts. Now, if I put it word as Ardhanareshwar and all, they'll say, yeah, this is all, jumbo wumbo. I don't want to listen to this. But when somebody says logic is masculine and empathy is feminine, yeah, these are nice words to listen. But these are the same principles, that each and every, Purush and Prakriti, these are two words what you all have heard a lot. Purush and Prakriti. Purush is what we call as the Bij. Bij is something which just gives once. But Prakriti is something which empowers that Bij to flourish. So nature is Prakriti. That's what he said, that we get a lot of inspiration from nature. But that's Prakriti. So there is a balance in everything. Be it be nature, be it be person. I asked this question, I'm asked this question many times, that as a classical dancer, being male classical dancer is mostly about, especially Kathak I'm saying, is mostly about Krishna and Radha, okay, or Shiv and Parvati, or the lords, Ram and Sita and all that. So how do you depict, how can a male dancer be showing a female on stage? And the male to hai because of the form. But how do you show that female? But that is the beauty of...
Show it.
Okay, I'll just try to show that in the same, we have a particular form in Kathak called as a Gat Nikas. Okay, I don't know, anybody is learning any form of classical dance here? Areva, very good. Which ones? Bharatnatyam? Kathak? Kya baat hai. So within you know what Gat Nikas is. So Gat Nikas is nothing but a stylized way of walking on a particular rhythm. Okay? So now when I am showing this, there are ways of that. Once I'm moving on my left side is the, what is the left side? Feminine or masculine?
Feminine.
Feminine, right? Why is it? Any idea? Ida and Pingala Nali, but why is the left side the feminine and not the other way around? Yeah, that's a very different, that it's closer to the heart. You're holding your beloved. So you're holding your beloved onto the left, which is closer to your heart. And the right side is the masculine, okay? It's also from the Ida and Pingala nadis and all that, the chakras and all, when you go up. There are a lot of science to it. It's just not mumbo jumbo. Will you be able to give me the beat? Da din din da, na din din da. Okay, no problem. I'll speak it. So, now this maybe the YouTube audience realize. So when we are walking on a beat, okay, then I'm just doing a regular mudras to make you understand, okay, that this is the male, Krishna, and Radha. But if I do not take the mudra, and only with my body, the normal pose of Kathak, how do I show the male and female?
Wow.
So when we even teach children this, we try and give them the understanding that why you do not have to overdo anything. Here, when you're male, doesn't mean that your alpha male comes out. Your body has to, project the masculine energy. The divine masculine energy. And here, this is when you're doing showing a Radha. There is a softness there. When I'm showing Krishna, there is this particular aura which you're creating because of your masculine energy. So it's nothing to do that this is too feminine or this is too masculine. So it is mix of both. Hope that answers your question.
Anyone else has a question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, one second.
When you talk of inclusivity, I mean it's easier for a group of differently abled students to work together as a team. But when you have a differently abled and your regular students, do you see any challenges in getting your regular students to empathize with them? And are there any, I don't know, is there anything that you need to do with them to help them bring out that empathy, to work with them in collaboration, not to kind of make the differently abled feel less, but equally empowered?
This is a very relevant question coming from an educator, because we face this also many times, where we have, it's our approach to that particular differently abled child among the other group of people. If you treat them differently and make them feel that they are different, then even the children will see them they are different. But if you treat them like everybody else, but apply your teaching techniques differently, then they start accepting it. And in fact, they help them. They help them to practice together, to call them together, and say, okay, let's. And as a teacher, as a dance teacher, I would design a curriculum where, or a design an item or a performance where he also, that differently child, he or she is also a part of the same group. So then they learn that it's a teamwork, that unless and until I help that person come up to our levels or help them, the whole performance is going to get affected. So that is where they start working together. So I think it's just our approach to them, how you approach them makes a huge difference. Anything else? Yeah.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon. First of all, we all were mesmerized by the performance, so thank you so much.
Oh, that's not performance.
The short
sure.
performance. Yeah. So I got very much fascinated listening to dance appreciation program which you did at that underprivileged school. Can you just elaborate on the same idea about dance appreciation program? What all things you would like to you particularly cover? Because then I guess like how we are discussing about education and dance has a good connection, and it emphasizes on the the educational part of a student. So can you just let us know how this particular program at an underprivileged schools are helping the entire system to improve?
Sure. This is an initiative taken by NCPA, the National Center of Performing Arts, and it has been supported by a lot of corporates, the Tata Trust, Citibank, HSBC, HDFC, a lot of banks, and also where I think in Bombay itself, there are, if I'm not mistaken, at least minimum 100 schools where this curriculum is being run for a period of 3 years. It's just not one day or 1 week or something. So every week, 2 days in a week or 3 days in a week as decided, the dance teachers go there and teach a particular form of dance. It could be Kathak, it could be Bharatanatyam, it could be Odissi, any of these classical dance forms. So they have been taught continuously with a proper curriculum. And every 6 months, they have exams, they have written exams, they have practical exams, and every end of the year, they also have a stage performance. And that too in NCPA, Tata Theatre. So all the children who have never even stepped out of their classrooms or have even learned anything or have dreamt of all this, they are learning this rich Indian cultural traditions and they are showcasing this. So every year they have, as your regular curriculum, every year the level of complexity increases for 3 years and they complete a 3-year course and then have a grand show there. So this is what I think is required even in other here, why we chose underprivileged? Because they don't get this opportunity. They do not have, nobody goes there and teaches them because they don't have funds to give the teachers. So that is the reason we had to tie up with a lot of corporate CSRs where they have given us the funds to do these activities. Whereas other schools who already have the resources are not yet doing it. Sadly, some schools are doing it, but they're doing it for Western classical dance or Western hip-hop. Hip-hop and all you don't need teaching curriculums for hip-hop. You don't need 3 years or 1 year course or 3 years course. Maybe a 2 days workshop for hip-hop is fine. Or maybe 4 days workshop. But this arts require a lot of patience, dedication, and it also gives a lot of insight into your own culture, your own mythology. And mythology, I mean not god and goddesses, but scriptures, your literature, a lot of scriptures which are there existing. That gets exposed. People start knowing about a lot of Indian things. So this is what, there are people who come from abroad to learn here, and they go back and teach the Indian culture there. But we ourselves are not very warmed up to this. So I think it's high time we should do that. Yeah?
I just had a small follow-up question, if you would
Sure,
allow.
sure.
So I hope this entire 3 years program would have been a very good asset in their academic performance as well, right? So that might be having some connections with their performance.
Yes, absolutely, because they become a very alert, they become very involved in their other educational subjects also. And they are disciplined because this requires discipline. They require to show up on time, they require practice, they require follow-ups. Whereas, and this is live. You have to actually practically do it and show it to them. It's not something that you go home, do your homework and show it to them, teachers on the next day. You've written and shown. Who knows whether the child has written or, as you said, the chat GPT has written. Who knows that? But here you're actually doing in front of them. So this is something which is a live evaluation day to day. So the children have to put in a lot of efforts to bring their minds to that particular. Initially, we have seen that the children come because the teachers have told them, okay, you have to go and attend this class. So they think it's a free time, PT time, the free period hai, chalo, masti. But slowly they get interested in it, then they look forward for that particular class. Even at times, if the school timing is say from 9 o'clock, so many times we have our classes at 7:30 in the morning. But people are the kids are coming at 7:30 in the morning to attend this class. Earlier they would not saying that 9 to 4 is the school, so we'll go at 9 o'clock. But now, because they've started enjoying this, they come early. Or they stay back late. Whatever the timings as decided by the school. So I think this is happening not only in dance, this is happening in music, this is happening even in theater. These kind of courses are happening also for theater also. So there are a lot of people who have such hidden good talent which is coming out. Yeah?
Thank you very much, Piyush. You were great at GTPS 2023 at the JBCN school, and today also. I insisted on a demo, and I'm glad I did. And for the benefit of the teachers here, of course we know that dance is integral. There is rhythm in our body cells, which we can't hear, but which is there. There is music. We're constantly making music. I don't know how many of you know, I forget the name of that ballerina, but she was a very, very famous ballerina, and she suffered from Alzheimer's and was bound to the wheelchair. At the age of 92, when the ballet music was played, she started moving her limbs to the exact movements she used to make on stage. The Swan Lake, that was Tchaikovsky, but I forget the name of the ballerina. But this is, dance is so integral to us. I hate to have a conference where everyone is sitting all the time. I would like all of them to get up and move it, because the energy would be completely different. After that, you'd be able to concentrate and you'd be able to really enjoy yourselves. So, why are we so fearful as teachers of bringing in these things? I'll give you a very quick example because it's not my session, it's Piyush's session. I wanted to teach a very difficult poem, a visual poem, and I thought, let me ask a Bharatanatyam dancer for help. So I connected with her separately, and I told her that this poem is a completely messy poem to show how messy our lives are, and in 3 parts of the page. So I got her to do Bharatanatyam movements in front of the class, and the class was, what's happening? What is it all about? Then the sheets were passed around and they had the poem in front of them. They derived the meaning. I didn't have to give them the meaning. That is how we can integrate dance and movement and all of it. And I urge you teachers not to fight shy of it. Call your dance teacher and say, this is a very boring subject. And I think I would like to make something out of it. Can you think of a dance movement? Can you think of something? I know of little Montessori children who have been taught maths with dance. Perhaps I would have learned it then. But what I'm trying to tell you and urge teachers to do is, please, when you are creating your lesson plans, please be imaginative. As you see in the dance, all the emotions, your social emotional intelligence, your creativity, everything comes in. And you learn to control your body, your more oxytocin flows in, you're happier. And that's what we should try for. You turn more graceful also, yeah, absolutely. So thank you very much, Piyush.
Just one
yes,
point.
Sure, sure.
The graceful, as you said, is actually the inner grace.
Inner grace.
Will manifest outside. You know, so unless and until you're graceful within, your dance won't should be, even in your walking styles also. Forget about dance. Even day-to-day walking style or getting up, sitting, walking, you know, people just make an impression, oh wow, that person, somebody just walks into the room and everybody like looks at that person. It's maybe because of the way they present and the grace. And talking about poetry or, you know, learning poetry or dance or geometry, mathematics, everything is included in dance. Because even at children, when I teach them, you know, circles, parabola, hyperbola, all that we do it through dance. When I'm showing a mountain, okay, or I'm showing a wave, I'm doing nothing but parabola and hyperbolas. Okay, so these are ways of showing it. Or when I'm showing the entire world, I'm taking a circle, I'm doing a circle in a 3D. So something which is very boring, like mathematics, and every rhythm has mathematics. Every beat has mathematics. That's what even Ankur had said. So I think it's a very applied way of learning, and use the fun elements of these performing arts to learn something. I mean, poetry, as you said, I can narrate the entire story in just my mudras by using my hand movements and my body movements. So there is no need to even say words also, but you will understand everything what I do. So that's the power of dance.
And we should tap that, because we constantly as teachers talk about multiple intelligences. This is where you're bringing in all the body kinesthetic, at the same time the visual spatial, the musical. How many intelligences are you involving in this kind of dance movement?
Because
Just
there are
think of it.
multiple research papers scientifically proven how dance has helped to stay young forever, your bodies, your minds, and your soul. So I think that's something which, and it helps you a constant dialogue with yourself, because when you're dancing, you're not only dancing, you're dancing for yourself, fine, but at the same time, if it's the teamwork, you're looking at the other team, you're looking at the people, how they are moving, where am I supposed to be, what is my placement, when I should take the next step. So there is a lot of coordination involved, and that requires your cognitive skills. So that helps a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Piyush. A small token of our appreciation. We've been invited now by the school management to go to Pune and do it. We can have tea now, and we reassemble for our final session of the day, and our speaker is already here from Pune, Ms. Manjari Prabhu. So have your tea and cookies and back here.
I know.
10 minutes. 10:25 or 3:25.
Welcome, friends. To the concluding session of the day. Certainly, there is no language more beautiful than the language of art. But I'm sure you would agree that there is nothing more beautiful than language itself. And that's how we conclude our session today with the magic of words, magic of language, and magic of stories. Our next speaker is Dr. Manjari Prabhu. She holds a doctorate in communication science and is an award-winning international author, a short filmmaker, a cultural diplomat, and the curator and founder-director of 2 international festivals in Pune, the International Tree Festival and the International Festival of Spiritual India for Humanity and Wisdom. She has directed over 200 children's TV programs, more than 50 short fiction and travel films, and has authored 23 books. She is the first female mystery author to be published outside India, and she has completed 52 years in the world of writing. Labeled as the Indian Agatha Christie, she has taken Indian mystery fiction to the global market, and her book, The Rampur Raza Mystery, was recently launched by the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu. Dr. Shashi Tharoor gives Prabhu credit for exoticizing the Occident through intrepid, compelling storytelling, and says that Dan Brown has found his match. She has been invited to reputed national and international literature festivals, to name a few: the Oxford Literary Festival, the Frankfurt Book Fair, the Jaipur Literary Festival, and the International Agatha Christie Festival at UK. Her novels, The Cosmic Clues, was selected as a killer book by Independent Mystery Booksellers of America, and The Astral Alibi was honored as a notable book in the Kiriyama Prize. As the founder-director of the Pune International Literary Festival, she has brought the city on the international map of literature and arts festivals. She believes that literature heals and is a prerequisite to a peaceful society. The International Festival of Spiritual India for Humanity and Wisdom is a unique free festival which aims to help people find a direction in life by supplying them with tools, guidance, and a purpose. A few of the awards that she has received: the Global Woman Leader by the 10th World Women Leadership Congress Awards, Excellence in Service for Humanity from the Rotary Club of Pune, the Inspirational Woman of Maharashtra, Excellence in the Field of Writing, Most Admired Leader of Maharashtra by ERTC Global Herald, also awarded the Rex Karamveer Gold Medal Award instituted by ICONGO and the United Nations. She is also an animal welfare activist promoting the caring and adoption of stray dogs for more than 35 years. A very warm welcome to you, Manjari ma'am.
Thank you so much, and such a pleasure being here. Dr. Kumi, thank you for inviting me. You know, when you asked me to talk on culture and creative writing, I wish I'd known I had an option of being interviewed instead of doing a PPT. But here I am with a PPT. I really don't know why people oh God. Is it? Okay. I don't know. We've just all assumed that it has to be. And the thing is that I just assumed it's an educational, okay, whatever, I'm here and now you have to suffer me. So, you know, the last 2 speakers that I heard were actually performers, but all I do is perform on paper with my imagination. So, you know, I write novels and I write mystery novels, which is like verse, according to some. Anyway, so before I begin this, just a quick informal background. I've been writing since age 7 because I read Enid Blyton books, and I don't know how many are you avid readers here. Enid Blyton? Okay, Agatha Christie? All right, great. Okay, fine. So, I do have some notes here, which I will refer to because I'm not an extempore speaker, but so I'll refer to my paper from time to time. So anyway, I was very young when I got introduced to books, and I was 7 years old when I realized that I wanted to be a writer. And ever since then, I've been plodding and pursuing my goal. And I've managed to write 23 books, and I'm here now. And yes. Yes, so this is forward and this is backwards. Okay, all right, okay. And so, yeah, so that's basically it. And, people write for different reasons, and I've always had my reasons for writing, and of course, it's mostly instinctive, and I won't go into what culture means and why people write, and, everyone said a lot about it. But I will, okay, let me see. Do I go forward from here? Oh, sorry. Sorry, 1 second. Right, so a few objectives of good fiction, like everyone knows about this, but I'll just touch upon that. It has to, touch hearts, help you reflect, introduce you to something different and unique, like other cultures, which is what I do, stays in your memory long after the story is over. It triggers thoughts, sentiments, and memories. And it has more to offer than reality and its issues. That's something I seriously believe in, because we're all always imitating reality, and good fiction has to go beyond that. Creates a profound emotional reality for the reader, because fiction, all said and done, is an alternate reality created from the writer's imagination. So it has to have a profound emotional reality for the reader. It is written in apt and good prose. It enhances the pleasure of reading. Just pure reading. No education, no teaching, no preaching, just pure reading, and that's what it should do. Why do I write? Okay, just quickly, or what have I been writing all these years? When I say very proudly, I've written 23 books, and people say, but what are you writing? And this is what I write. I write to entertain through unique storylines. I like to keep challenging myself, because I'm a mystery author, all said and done. So there are suspects, and there's a crime, and that crime has to be solved. So it's a box, and I have to think beyond the box every single time I write a book, So keep challenging myself and expand my own awareness with the research I need to carry out when creating characters from cultures other than my own. So I don't write only about India, I write about the world, I travel a lot, and you'll see by and by that I write destination thrillers, which means, you know what it means. I use novels to introduce unique aspects of places and cultures and showcase them in new light, whether they're in India or in the world, and enhance awareness and foster respect for diverse cultures, while bridging the cultural gap between nations and individuals, which is why I call myself a cultural diplomat or a converse cultural diplomat. Because a cultural diplomat is when you represent your country, but I feel I also represent other countries. So hence the term converse cultural diplomat. And of course, beyond all this is the final one, which I'll come right in the end, is to talk about the heritage of humanitarian core values that I believe in: love, peace, and compassion. No matter what I write, how many murders I might commit in my books, and how much gore is there in it, ultimately, the baseline for all my books is love, peace, and compassion. Okay, because I feel there's no alternative to that in the world. Yes, so I'll give you a bit about this. This is a series I wrote in 2004 and 2005, and the original books were called The Cosmic Clues and The Astral Lullaby. Like someone said, they were hugely popular books, but the story behind this is that my mother is an astrologer, and she can really predict. She predicted that I would be a writer, which is why I'm here. She told me at a very young age to lekhika banna res manun. So I became a writer. And the good thing about her was that she could remember horoscopes. And I remember one thing, a small incident that I'd like to share with you. She was in a party where there were a lot of Bollywood directors, and there was one particular director whom she'd met before, whose horoscope she'd seen. And he said, I have something very urgent to ask you. And she said, right now? So he said, yes, please, it's very urgent. So she could remember his horoscope. She said, okay, tell me what it is. And he said, I want to know if I'm going to have a son. So she recalled his horoscope and thought about it and said, do you want to go somewhere private? So he said, no, this is fine. These are all friends and all. So she said, okay, here it is. She said, you already have a son. The only thing is you can't claim him as yours. And he was so shocked. And when I heard this, I was so shocked. I was young then. This is like 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I was so shocked that I realized a horoscope is like an X-ray of a person. It can tell you about the character of a person, whether you believe in it or not. It's Vedic science, And I wondered, why has no one ever used it in solving crime? I mean, I don't mean pick up a horoscope like, magical, whatever, wand or something, but actually study it and find out if this person is capable of crime or not. And that is how this series, Cosmic Clues, it's called the Astro Detective series, where Sonia Samarth, a detective from Pune, solves cases with the help of horoscopes. So she does a lot of deduction, and when she reaches the end, she looks at the horoscopes, and that's when she finds the right path to further investigation. So that's how this happens, and these books were, the story behind this book is also very strange, that by that time I'd written about 3-4 books, and I thought at that point, oh my God, what a fantastic idea. No Indian publisher is going to refuse this, It's like brilliant, it's never been done before. And I approached all the Indian publishers at that point, this was 2002. I approached all the Indian publishers, and they all said, no, this won't work here, because mainstream literary Indian fiction was very rampant, and literary fiction was very rampant, no one was writing mainstream. And they said, this is too, wayward, no one's going to do it, no one's going to believe in it. So I was very frustrated. Luckily for me, I found an American agent who immediately, within submitting the manuscript, I submitted 2 chapters to her. Within submitting 2 chapters, within 2 weeks, she gave me a 2-book deal with Random House USA, which is like the giant of publishing, if some of you know. And the advance they gave me was so good that I quit my job. Okay, and that's how I became a full-time writer. So that's the story behind this, and the good lesson here is that rejection is not always bad. There are other paths opening for you. You just have to believe in yourself and keep at it. Okay, and then later on, these books were republished by Jaico, which is now the Cosmic Clues and Stellar Science. And there's a 3rd book being written for a very long time, but I'm writing it, and it'll be out next year. Moving on. Okay, so I have been, so that was about Indian Vedic astrology, which talks about India and introduces the astrology culture, that we have, all of us have our horoscopes, and we read the newspapers and all. So that was one way of introducing astrology to the world. It was very well received. Now, other than that, I also believe that, destinations are not just backdrops. And we grew up, seeing Yash Chopra films where Kajol is dancing in slim saris and slim blouses and transparent saris on the backdrop of Swiss Alps. So beautiful, but that's not enough, There's something more to those backgrounds, and there's something more to those destinations. And being a very, very avid traveler and fond of meeting people and learning about different cultures, I realized that the destination is an equally strong character in a book, and can be. And that's how my Destination Thriller series was born. And way back in 1911, I won't give you all my books, of course, you will get bored, 23 books, but at least some of them, I will, not that it's a big number, I have to reach 100, so please bless me. The Cavern Site Conspiracy takes place in 48 hours, from Pune to Isle of Zilt, Hamburg, London, and back, matching timelines, matching flights, matching everything. The whole research is a huge thing. The Gypsies at Noel's Retreat takes place in Paris and Giverny, where this girl band, Riva Parker is India's first teenage detective like Nancy Drew, but they have a rock band called the Gypsies, and that's where they solve the mystery. In the Shadow of Inheritance takes place in Mahabaleshwar. It's a gothic kind of romance where everything unveils in Mahabaleshwar. So this is just to introduce that I thought about this, but actively, when did I really start using destinations as characters? And that's, Oh, before that, what is a destination thriller? Sorry, I'm going back and forth. Destinations are used like characters and they take the story forward. So if you remove the destination from the book, it means there is no book. There is no thriller, there is no story, okay? They are not mere backdrops against which the story unfolds. So this is Schloss Leopoldskron, where the film Sound of Music was shot. This is Lake Starnberg, where Sissi, the Queen of Austria, Empress of Austria, used to come. And this is Lund Cathedral. These are places where I've based my books, and we'll come to that. Usually a destination thriller will be based on an incident in history or characters that come from history into the contemporary plot. It is not a historical fiction. It doesn't mean that I go back in history and base the whole story there. It means I pick up a thread from history or from the culture or from the lifestyle or something like that, from the monuments, and base the story in a contemporary, larger than lot plot, which is like saving Salzburg or saving, Sweden or something like that. And the character dynamics are embedded in the destination, which is what I mean when I say, if you remove the destination, there will be no clues and there will be no story. So that's how it is. And finally, the clues, scenes, thrills, mystery are all embedded within the destination and are expressed through the culture, history, landscapes, and beauty of the country. No underbelly for me. I'm not interested in knowing about the poverty of the country, although the West is interested in ours. But I don't want to project that worldwide. So I'm sorry, the pictures are not very good, but this is the library where there's of Schloss Leopoldskron, where there's a hidden staircase behind a cupboard. And this is the rune language, which I learned for my Voice of the Runes, and, the tile culture from Portugal and lots of stuff. So for this series particularly, I created a detective called Ray Parker, and I saw him in my dreams. I saw him in a trance. I saw this guy with a ponytail standing by a lake, a beautiful lake with a leather jacket and looking at the mountains, and in a very intense kind of a meditative pose. And I knew right then that a character was being born, and his name was Ray Parker. Ray because his father is a classical singer, Indian classical singer. So Ray from Re, Sare, and Do Re. So that's Ray. And Parker is a kind of a mixed name which I could pitch to the international audience as well. And his mother's French, so he's half French, half Indian. But he has Indian roots, and that's why he wears a 5-metal Ganesh pendant around his neck. He's spiritual, and he gets psychic visions of a place and works with energy. So if he sees you, he will see an aura around you, and he will immediately have images of you in his head. So he works with energies, and he trusts his energies. Okay, so that's Ray, and I claim that I created the most perfect man through Ray Parker, if it is possible at all. So the first book in the series is called The Trail of Four. It was in Salzburg and the Schloss Leopoldskron, where the film Sound of Music was shot, and that was in Austria. The second one happened in Lund, Sweden. That's where I learned the rune language, and takes place in Lund University, which completed 350 years. The next one is near Lake Starnberg, Munich, where King Ludwig II was found drowned, and his cousin, Empress of Austria, Sissi, used to visit him secretly for 24 years, okay, and that's where it happens. And Sissi, there's a story of reincarnation in it, so you have a white, mysterious figure on the cover. And North Portugal. So after I wrote the first 3 books in this series, Portugal approached me and said, will you write a destination thriller based in North Portugal? And this is like, the dream of every author, where you're invited to a country, they take care of you, they show you around, they treat you like an author. That's a very, very big one. Nobody treats you like an author in this world. But they did treat me like an author, a very respected one. And 20 days, I had the greatest time researching in Portugal. And I came back and I wrote this book, Mystery of the Portuguese Hearts. And there's a story behind it, which I will come to later. But let me just finish this. And the last one in the series, 5th one, not last one as in last one, there will be more, but right now the 5th one is the Grand Oxford Mystery, which just got released at the Oxford Literary Festival, and it is based in Oxford University. So these are the 5 books, but each book has been a personal, spiritual, and cultural journey for me. And I'll just give you 3 examples because there's a lot to share. And as you can see that I just put this together, Kumi. It's not like a very finished product, but it's still there for you to see. Oh yeah, the Grand Oxford Mystery is here in case you want to buy it. But I will show you a teaser first, and then you can decide whether you want to buy it. Okay, so when I was doing Portugal, I went to this place called Santa Luzia in Viana do Castelo, and this is an amazing place, and it's by the sea and beautiful, and I also studied the culture. So the lenços, or the love handkerchiefs of Portugal, are very important. They are it's a tradition of the 18th century Vinho region, where the women of that era used to embroider handkerchiefs and then give one handkerchief to a person they loved or liked, like to their beloved. And this handkerchief they would give in private. But if this guy were to come in public and drop that handkerchief drop it to the ground in front of everyone, it means he's accepted her proposal. And I thought that was really beautiful, because all these words, even though I don't understand it's in Portuguese, but it's all about love and symbols of love, and written in broken Portuguese. But these love handkerchiefs play a very big role in this book because they form the trail of the mystery. Okay, so going on with Viana, this is the Viana heart, which is a gossamer. They make it out of filigree gold, and it plays a huge role in the culture of Portugal. Now, when I was in Vienna, it was, I think, almost the end of my 20-day tour, and by that time, I didn't have a story. So one of the things about a destination thriller is that the story doesn't come from outside. The story comes from within the country. So I don't go to a place and say, oh, I have the story, now let me base it here. I go there and I soak into that entire atmosphere, meet people, see the architecture, walk around, generally talk to the spirit of the country, and I expect the story to come to me there. But by this time, I had seen about 6-7 places in Portugal, and there was no story in my mind. And I was a little worried because I'd taken the hospitality, they'd done everything, and I said, I have to, really do something about this. And so I was walking by the beach. I was, near the Atlantic Ocean, and I was walking on the beach, and I was speaking to the spirit of Portugal, and I spoke to his heart, and I said, and of course to Santa Lucia and to Ray Parker, and I said, Ray, what do you want me to do here? Henceforth, before this, every single time I wrote a book, it was based in one place. This time, it was supposed to be based in these 7-8 cities, which need to be justified in the book. You can't just have backdrops of 7-8 cities. Every city has to make sense, and every city should take the plot forward. So I needed a plot that could justify Ray's presence in all these cities. And I was just, very worried that finally I think I was going to, kind of put myself to shame or something like that. But I said, I have to do this. And I said, Ray, what do you want me to do? You tell me, And I spoke to the heart, and I said, please inspire me. Please tell me that I came here for a reason, that I need to have a reason to be here. And while I was walking on the beach, suddenly my head kind of jerked to a side, and I saw this heart-shaped pebble on the beach, and that's the heart-shaped pebble. If you can see, it's not the heart that we draw, but almost like a real heart with, the what you call valves, and that was on the beach, and the contrast is a little bit more, but that's how it really looks. And I took that stone in my hand, and I went back to my room. I poured myself a glass of Porto wine, because I got that as a gift, and I couldn't carry it back to India. So I poured myself some wine, I opened my laptop, and morning till evening, I just sat and wrote out the plot of my book. And I just knew that, yes, this book is going to be born, it's destined to be born, and that is the reason why it's called The Mystery of the Portuguese Hearts, because the Vienna heart and the little heart I found gave me my story and the plot. So when you're writing about different cultures, they can connect with you at levels that you can't even imagine. So it's a very spiritual, cultural journey, and creative writing can really take you places in imagination and in reality. And then we come to the Grand Oxford Mystery. I don't know if any one of you recognizes this. It's called the the Bakshali manuscript, and I'm going to read out what it actually is. So Oxford University, anybody's been to Oxford? Anybody aspires to go to Oxford? Okay, great. As you know, it's filled with academicians and filled with storytellers. Every inch of the place you'll find a storyteller and a writer, and it's a place where writers are born and they go to pubs and they've got this whole writing, that whole atmosphere is of imagination and history and intellectualism, and it's amazing. So when I went to Oxford and I said I have to base a story here, I was again in a quandary. What am I going to write here? I mean, there are C.S. Lewis and Tolstoy, and people said, what you're writing in Oxford, what do you mean? Hundreds and thousands of books have been written, and what are you going to do different? And I said, yes, what am I going to do different? And anyway, I'll come to that. I did do something different for myself. I don't know about the world. But so this is what I discovered there. I discovered the Bakshali manuscript, which is an ancient Indian mathematical Sanskrit text written on birch bark. And this is kept under lock and key in one of the libraries. They've got many libraries. But this manuscript tells you it's the first, third, fourth, century. It shows you the dot as the Indian zero. This is the proof that zero was born in India and it's kept in Oxford. Okay, so I won't read it. That's enough information. And then, of course, you have all these, buildings. That's the Sheldonian Theatre, that's the Radcliffe Camera. There's a building with Indian motifs on it, like the elephant and all. And there is a Pitts River Museum. Have you been to that? The Pitts River Museum. It's got all the totems and you have it, all the spiritual and mystical stuff in it. It's all piled in glass caskets in a huge hall, including Indian idols, and oh my God, it's a treasure trove of anything you can imagine under mysticism and spirituality, okay? And some tell me half of it is stolen, but I don't know. So there in Ashmolean Museum, I found this Nandi who was sitting all alone, poor thing, and I felt very bad. And I said, okay, if you want to have Indian idols there, at least put a Shiva in front of him, because that's what a Nandi does, waits for the Shiva, but he didn't listen to me. I did send an email too. And then you have a Botanic Garden, which is amazing, and it has Alice in Wonderland there with the Cheshire cat. And there's also a doctrine of signatures there, which means there are certain plants only used for for tranquilizing, for coughs, and all kinds of, and they believe that every plant has a signature of its own. So amazing ideas and amazing concepts in Oxford, which I discovered, including a concept called letter locking, okay, which also plays a big role in the thing and in the book. And finally, and in Pitts River Museum, there were many artifacts, but one that captured my interest and my imagination was this 1915 silver glass flask which has a witch in it. So I don't know if anybody could open, but in my book somebody does. So this has never left the museum, and we don't know if there's really a witch inside, but I did try in my book, to try to lift it from the museum. And all these kind of, charms and stuff in it. And so before we proceed, I would like to show you how all this comes together in the book with a teaser I made on this book to tempt you to look at the book, if not now, at least in the future. And can you please play the first teaser? Volume मोठा ठेवा थोडा. Thank you. So that's how all the elements come together in some kind of a story, and all the characters. I mean, all the monumental characters, not monumental, monument characters, and the gardens, and you know, the inscriptions and the art. Everyone gets to play a role in the solving of the mystery. And of course, there's a dog in all the 4 books or 4 books before this. Ray Parker does not have a dog, but because of what he went through in the earlier books, this time a dog comes into the book, you know, in the Oxford book. And that's it. And so before that, and with that, that's the international series. But I do want to talk about the Indian book, which I have. Okay, I only have this. Okay, this is a book which the president launched, but the story behind it is also very, very strange. And anyone heard of Raza Library in UP? No one. Okay, so you need to read the book, of course, because the Raza Library in UP is 250 years old, and it's one of the most gorgeous libraries you'll find in India. And this is how it looks. It's absolutely smashing, and it is actually built. It was commissioned by a Nawab and to a French architect in the times of the British, but in a place where Hindus reside. So in the true sense, it's, what do you call it, a national integration, example of national integration. That's the Darbar Hall. And this has 4 minarets, which have a mosque at the bottom, a church, and a temple on the top. So this, I can't show you right now. Yeah, this here. So this has the mosque, this is the church, and it's styled like that. And this is the Hindu temple. So it's a very, very unique construction. But what happened was that when I wrote the Destination Thrillers, the Ministry of Culture said, you write Destination Thrillers, would you like to write a book on a library, like a library thriller? And I said Neki or Pooch Pooch because it's like my domain, I love libraries. So I said, okay. Then they said, okay, but we'll give you 5 days to research, 1 month to write the book, and 1 month to publish it, and then the president will launch it. So of course that became the carrot that the president, because she never launches books, and this was going to be the first. So I worked backwards. It was launched on 5th August, published in July. I wrote the book in May, and I researched for it in April for 5 days. And that is how this book, I call it my miracle book, and it taught me so much I can't even tell you, but here it is. Do you know what this is? I've deliberately not written what it is, but I'll tell you. This is the Quran, okay, and that is the original handwriting of the Prophet's son-in-law, written in Persian, not in Persian, I don't know which language it is. I don't know. Anyway, it's written in his hand on camel skin. Okay, and this is there very much for you to touch and feel, and no one knows about it in India. And a lot of countries, many countries have wanted this. You know, it's a how should I call it? It's a treasure, and we have it, but nobody knows about it. So this is it, and of course, it plays a big role in the book. And you have the Ramayana in Persian language. It was the first Persian translation by Sumer Chand with 258 illustrations. And it begins with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay, even though he's translated it, a Hindu has translated it into Persian, only to respect the language it was translated in. So there are such beautiful, manuscripts there. And also, you have the rare miniature paintings from Akbar's albums like Rag Mala and Tilism, where you have, this is the lady playing Rag Malkaus, and there are tears in the eyes of the deer. So if you go and check with a magnifying glass, you'll find these beautiful miniatures kept there in Rampur Raza. And this is Noor Jahan cleaning her gun. No one's ever seen Noor Jahan clean her gun, So you have this fascinating, you have, all these kinds of astrological and mysticism and, everything, all the paintings of all this in Akbar's albums. So that is basically, the Destination Thrillers, where whether it's India or whether it's abroad, all I try to do is try to introduce or bring into light things that are not very well known and, use creative writing to connect cultures. And these are some of what happens, but I don't think you need to know this. Okay, finally, I have to come to this, which is like my favorite subject, and that is beyond all the cultures, is the culture of empathy, which I really, really believe in. And I feel that the way to inner peace, if you want world peace, I don't know how many are dog lovers here. I hope there are. Dog lovers? Oh, wonderful. Okay. So the rest of, I know, that means you already know this. So, so for those who are not associated with dogs, let me tell you that the way to world peace is by adopting dogs. And there is no doubt. And if you want to ever feel love, compassion in your hearts, which you must because you owe it to your parents, to your children, to your siblings, then dogs have to be in your life. Okay, so humanity is a word, means humans in unity for a humane way. And when humans need to unite for one common goal of compassion, coexistence, love, and harmony, the doctrine of peace is born. So this is an alternate path to spiritual life, and spirituality does not mean only, I mean, most of you must be doing this, that you need to go to Himalayas and meditate every day. It happens in a day-to-day life through your acts of kindness, by loving people, and by just being honest to yourself also. Now, so this is a poem that's there, which kind of concisely tells you what the book is about. When two magical beings decide on a spiritual goal, one with a wagging tail, but both with a unique soul. One with a helping hand, the other with a loving lick. Both look to each other for love to really click. One with a loyal mind, the other with a kind heart, begin a journey to peace, bonding from the very start. In the doctrine of peace, that's the book, where you serve, love, and care, a divine flash will surely shine on a path that both can share. So that's the doctrine of peace for you. You cannot go wrong if there's a dog in your life. You just cannot go wrong. There's no place for hate, for dislike, for jealousy, for comparisons if there is a dog in your life. Believe me, take my word for it. I've spent 40, 50 years of my life just being with dogs, okay? And there is, I have a very simple philosophy. Sorry, I'm pushing this down your throat, but you have to listen to me. The doctrine of peace, like you have the Yoga Sutras, I have the 9 Dog Sutras. But the basic principle, yes, it's a non-fiction book with a 350 degrees angle on proving my point. So it has interviews of people like Jane Goodall, Menaka Gandhi, of course, but also psychologists and scientists and spiritual gurus and animal lovers, and who are all telling you the same thing that I'm saying right now: dogs can change your life. So if you care for a pet dog, okay, especially if it's a street dog, what happens is that there is a divine chamber in each one of us, which is usually shut, okay? That chamber has so much compassion, you won't know what to do with it, and so much love in it. But the moment you have a dog in your life, that chamber opens, okay? You don't have a choice, it just opens. And once that opens, then you not only just care for your dog, that love spills into your life in such a way that you care for the next dog, then you care for the next neighbor, and it's a snowballing effect. It's going to encompass the whole world, provided everyone follows this, okay? That's it. And finally, this is how it is. There's a 9-fold path. If you want to know more about it, you have to take the book. But this is how it is. First one is Namaste Atma, then Karuna and Ahimsa, then Seva Bhav, then Atma Samarpan, then Acharan, then Drishta Dhyan. You start, a different kind of meditation happens inside you. There's a Divya Bindu, focus, and there's a Divya Guha, there's another deep cave inside you, and finally you have the Sarva Sakshi, which is like, there's a total, complete different kind of spirituality will encompass you, and that is something I truly believe in. And to kind of conclude the doctrine of peace, I wish to show you a song which I composed and sang. Again, bear with me. When my dog passed away, he was called Brownie, and I loved him so much that there was no way to contain my grief, so I wrote a song. And then later on, when I wrote this book, I turned this book and the song together, and it's called All the Way to Heaven. So if anyone of you have lost a dog ever, you'll understand that the pain is so real, it's worse than you would feel for another human being. And that's what scientists say. I'm not saying it. So can we show that? That one last thing before I conclude.
all the way to heaven on the rainbow color 7. I send my love to you. You know I will miss you. I will always love you.
When the grass turned green and the spring became a stream, the mist became a fog and the puppy became a dog. All the way to heaven on a rainbow color 7, I send my love to you. You know I will miss you. I will always love you. When the sun lost its dome and the birds flew back home, you always greeted me with joy and jump and glee. All the way to heaven on a rainbow color 7, I send my love to you. You know I will miss you. I will always love you. You come and you go, leaving a special glow. A lick and a loving heart touch my soul as you depart. All the way to heaven on a rainbow color 7, I send my love to you. You know I will miss you. I will always love you. You taught me to care, to love and serve and bear. The doctrine of peace, a path that both can share. The doctrine of peace, a path that both can share.
All the way to heaven on the rainbow color 7, I send my love to you. You know I will miss you. I will always love you.
I will always love you.
So thank you so much. My one takeaway, be kind to others, practice your culture, whatever it is, and love, and believe in love, peace, and compassion. And that's it. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah, there are questions. Okay, good. I thought you had enough of me.
Firstly, good evening, ma'am.
Good
I
evening.
loved how you presented everything, and also today I got to know that how much thought process does it go even to decide a name of a character, which I never knew. My question to you is, where AI is coming in the writing culture, do you think that the students are literally losing away their creativity, and how will they take their creativity and imagination, and how will they write their stories if they want to? And also, because of AI, if I'm sitting here, I can know about those places that you have seen. You have to go to the places and write about it. But without visiting those places, I'll be able to write. But for that, I need to imagine the entire story first. So how do you think it will work in the future?
No, first, do you want to use AI or not? I didn't understand that.
As in,
Do you want to?
I don't want to write a story.
You
but
don't want to,
no,
right?
I'm
So,
not
yeah,
a
then you
writer.
answer yourself.
No, I'm not a writer.
See, writing is not just about the book. the process and the journey is just as thrilling and satisfying. It's your me time. You know, when you connect with your characters, or with your imagination, when you go to a place and you live there and you meet people, the kind of learning that's happening within you is something that AI is never going to give you. So you have to first decide, what do you want to do? Write a book, which you can, of course, write with AI, but do you want to write your book? I think so.
No, as I got the point,
Yeah.
but the other part of my question is that the place that there's killing the imagination wala part.
Yes, of course it does,
Yeah.
because I'll tell you, HRF Keating, way back, I don't know if you've read the Inspector Ghote mysteries. Has anyone read Inspector Ghote? Okay, he wrote about Inspector Ghote in Mumbai, sitting in the UK or US, without ever coming to India. And he could do it in times when there was no AI, there was no internet, there was nothing. So what is AI? Will take over the world. It's up to you as a writer to decide how much you want to. Of course, you can take help. I mean, research becomes so much easier with AI. But actually going to the place and soaking in the spirit will give you a whole different flavor, flavor to your writing than AI will. So those who want to use shortcuts will use AI. Those who want to enjoy writing the book will write the book. Yes.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
I really got touched when the song played of Dog.
Yeah.
Because even I'm experienced because I was having dog and his name was Bruno.
Okay.
So I really wanna buy that book from you.
Okay.
And my question for you is like I would like to know, except when you are writing, okay. So when we are writing something, so what is the thought process is there, okay. So what happened, like, you know, when we are writing something and what is the exact thought process, you got to know more about yourself. So I would like to know that.
What I got to know about myself?
Yes.
A whole lot of things. Like my whole life has been, like I told you, the spiritual and cultural journeys and my experiences. I've got about 5 stories for each destination I go to. The people I meet, you know, things that have happened suddenly when I had lost hope and suddenly someone turns up to help me, or so many things. So I have learned that unpredictability is a part of life and you have to be open to that. That's the first thing I've learned. I've learned to stop controlling things. You know, I feel, oh, I want to be a famous author. I want to write so many books. Nothing is in my hands. My hands is to write the book. I don't even know if that book is going to be read. I've got a pile of books outside. I don't know if anyone's ever going to buy those books, okay? So it's not in my hands. My job is to do what I'm supposed to be doing. I believe that I'm a channel. I was brought on this earth to write, I feel, and I'm going to do that. My mind thought is very clear, and it became clearer with all what you said. I mean, what have you learned? I've learned this, that I have to do what I'm supposed to be doing, and that's writing. Okay, I'm here for a reason. The muse is acting through me. I don't take claim for any word, a single word I've written. I know that I'm a channel, and I'm supposed to be that. And beyond that, I'm going to let nature, universe, whatever God take over from there. So no control. Do what you think you are meant to do, and do it to the best of your capacity.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
In the morning, I was talking about Joseph Campbell and follow your bliss. Just think back on what you really wanted to do as a 6 or 7-year-old. That's the real you. And therefore, as Manjari says, don't think of the awards, don't think about other things, but just go ahead and follow your heart. And you can't go wrong there. I mean, you may become more successful in worldly terms, and you may have a bigger bank balance or whatever, doing a job you totally dislike. Is it worth it? Or is it fine to have a little less of everything and yet enjoy the journey through life? So I think what Manjari said is so important. And Manjari, I think you know that there are several schools where pet care is encouraged. They have pets in the school, and initially the parents would say, oh, you know, my child will get an infection and never mind. Go through that. Just say, no, but this is the way we have it in our school. When children work with pets, all your compassion, empathy, and everything will not need to be taught. It will come so naturally. And actually, I got a very beautiful question asked by a little child once. I said, what do you feel when you are with the dog? At that time, I didn't have a dog at home. I was looking after street dogs. And she said, I feel the dog is talking to me, but the dog doesn't know English. I said, the dog is speaking a language of the heart. And you have a heart, and the dog has a heart. So actually connecting with plants, connecting with animals is not really something trivial. It's so integral because we are a part of nature, and our greatest tragedy today is that we have lost that. So when we reconnect with animals, when we reconnect with plants and nature and rocks and stones and trees, I don't know how many of you were there for last year's GTPS. We had a wonderful young girl from Ladakh. I think you now know her. And she actually doesn't paint nature. She makes nature paint itself. So she treats different materials with different dyes, and she keeps it in under the tree, in riverbeds, and it's magical what she showed us. I saw her exhibition at the Max Muller Bhavan in Delhi, and I was enthralled because I'm a crazy nature lover. I just connect so deeply with nature. I don't need anyone. I'm completely in the present moment. So can you imagine in a world today where we are being told that depression will be the biggest killer by 2030, nature can be the biggest healer. So get your children, and I'm a very, very close associate of Bittu Saigal who's working with me on my GTPS. And Bittu says, don't burden the children by saying, climate change is happening, do something about it. What can these poor kiddies do? Just make them love nature, because what you love, you will not harm. And that's exactly the spirit of Manjari's book. And when I told her that as a creative writer, I would like you to come and do this for us at GTPS, she has come all the way from Pune only for this session. Deeply grateful. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Yeah, I would like to correct you. The picture you shown of the Quran was upside down.
Oh, was it? Which one?
The picture of the Quran that.
Oh, one was. It was not upside down. It's on a table.
I hope so.
They're all no. I have not taken an upside down thing. Was it wrong?
Was it
okay,
wrong?
sorry. My bad. Then I must have, in my haste to do it. I'll double check again. Thank you for pointing it out.
Good evening, ma'am. Firstly, I consider it my privilege that I'm talking to an international author. Thank you so much for everything that you gave us today. You said you started writing at the age of 7, and I share a similar vibe. I started somewhere around 10, and I so much had this aspiration that, maybe by the age of 20, I'll have a book, I'll write a book of my own and things like that. Situations never permitted, and it never does today also. Today, I'm a busy mom, I'm a full-time teacher, I've got 2 kids and all that. I'm so stuck up in, juggling between personal and professional life. What I want to ask you is, like, when you write a book, when the plot is in your mind, like, on an average, how much time does it take for you to travel through the story? Or rather, if you could give us some tips, there may be others in the room as well who are aspiring writers, who want to probably, publish a book. It's embarrassing to say that today I turned 38 and still I'm not able, I haven't been successful in publishing a single book yet. So I just want to take some leaf from you. If you could guide me, like, do you shut yourself from the world when you write books, or how do you balance? If you could tell us in brief.
So there is no balance. There's only a selfish writer in me. I don't know your language, career and children, and I don't have kids, by the way, only dogs.
Okay, perfect.
So, but
perfect.
I don't understand this where I have to balance something. When I want to write, that's it.
It's only writing.
That's the priority in my life. No one, nothing, no food, no kitchen, nothing, no one matters. It's writing. The focus is very clear. This is what I have to do. And if others understand, well and good, which luckily for me they do.
Okay.
But if they don't, tant pis pour them. Sorry, that's how I say it because.
Thank you so much,
Because
ma'am.
you see, creative work is such that it happens spontaneously
Yes,
and intuitively.
absolutely.
It cannot be controlled. And if you're trying to control it and give excuses, I call these excuses what you just
Yes.
told me.
I've
And
lost
I'm
myself.
38. Yes, you have.
I've lost
There was a writer in you, and you allowed that writer to be pushed back while life was happening to you. But that you have to get out of that zone and bring the right out again.
Thank you
And you
so
have to do it selfishly because no one is going to understand it until you write your book and bring it out.
Thank
and
you
then
so
they'll say, oh, you wrote a book, you know, because people still ask me, what do you do? And I say, I'm a writer. Yeah, okay, but what do you do? So you see, that's how it is. They don't see writers. They don't see creative people. They only see engineers and doctors, and which is great, but they don't see writers. So
Thank you,
you have to
ma'am.
prove
Thank you
yourself.
so much.
It's all on you.
I have something similar to say actually.
Yeah.
So there was a time where I would write short stories, I would write poetry, but it would just happen in the spur of the
Yeah.
moment. And it was not something that I consciously sit and do. That I want to, today I want to write. So today I will write.
Yeah.
But it's just that a thought came and I wrote.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is the thought came, I wrote, now I lost it.
Yeah.
So
you have to sustain that.
that
thing.
is,
Yeah.
yes.
So they say that creative writing is 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration. So that 99% is a huge amount. 1% you got that muse to give you whatever the thought. But the 99% you have to work on your own, no? And that's
Right.
your job.
Right.
And that it comes with discipline.
It's an honor completely to have met an author live in person. Feels really good, ma'am. And as you were speaking, you spoke about the plot. Like you said you had that timeline and in which you had to finish that
Yeah.
particular story. So does it happen always that you decide the plot first completely, or does it keep evolving? How does it happen for you as a writer?
So I write mystery fiction, which means you need to know who did it.
Huh.
There's a who done it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to know, there has to be a crime, of course, and the crime has to be committed by someone. And so I know who did it. Once I know who did it, I work backwards from there.
Okay.
And then I start, because the whole purpose of a mystery novel is to, you have to have craft and craftiness. Craft because an expertise on how you're going to take the story forward. Craftiness is to be cunning enough to tease the reader, to cheat him into believing that he knows it, but actually doesn't know it. But at the end, he's still happy he doesn't know it. So this whole mind game thing that happens in the mind of a writer, while he's thinking of the reader, is where the process and planning and research comes in. And so it's a very systematic process for a mystery novel.
And in your destination mystery novels, that the characters would come from wherever you are visiting. So anything
Yes.
that you can share with us, which was very interesting character came as you observed somebody, or anything like that, anything that you can just tell us?
I can tell you about the dog. So there's a book, in the book there's a dog called Archie. First time introduction. And what happened is that Ray, in one of the earlier books, goes through a heartbreak. Such an intense heartbreak that he just can't come out of it. Okay, his book 3 went, he's had the heartbreak. Book 4 came, he still couldn't get over it. So I said, what do I do? He can't go on, no, that kind of the depressed detective. Acha nahi lagta hai. So I said, what do I do? And I was staying in this hotel in Oxford. And the moment I stepped into the room, there was a photo of a dog in a Sherlock Holmes cap on the bed, like a big one. I wish I'd got the picture. But that was my first introduction to a character that I was going to meet in my book. Because that dog who has a Sherlock Holmes cap in a hotel? A dog with a Sherlock Holmes, has anyone ever seen it? So it's almost, how should I call it, very serendipitous, if there's a word, yeah, serendipity. So that's how it happened. And then not just that, there was an exhibition on Kafka at Oxford University. And I was going through all the stuff there, and there was a book called, a small tiny book which caught my eye, and it said Investigations of a Dog. So I put 1 and 1 and 2 and 2 together, and I said, okay, this is it. A dog has to come in the book. And that's how Archie the dog was born. So there are certain things which kind of lead to it, and I hope to one day write a book if people want to read it on what, because writing is is not a 9-to-5 job, even if you say it is, and ultimately you have to do it as a 9-to-5 job. But there's so much happening in your brain, in your imagination, in your energy and vibration and circumstances. It's a very soul contract that you sign with your muse that you have to enact at different levels of your life, and it's a lot of learning and unlearning, and you just have to be open to it. And don't allow anyone to teach you anything. Or suppress you. And I'll keep saying that, don't allow people to lead your life for you. You have to
Wishing
lead
you
your own.
100 books and more, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and that's what I hope to do, but also I hope people will read the books. I mean, I'll keep writing. I'm like a crazy fool. I'll write, but yeah, ultimately, yes, I hope one day. Thank you very much, very much.
So as I said, Manjari, thank you very much. It's been a delightful session again. And we just like to give you a small token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. And please attend tomorrow. It's really important. All this that we've been doing in the past 2 days, and tomorrow's session, we're going to put together as educators, whichever you choose. Now, how are we going to integrate this in our day-to-day teaching? We have a whole session on that. Sorry, thank you. No need for YouTube. No need for YouTube screen. If there is no YouTube, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, see, we've had all these amazing artists, international artists, coming and telling us about ABL, how we can practice art-based learning. When you go home today, just don't go home feeling good about the whole day. Of course, you can do that, but something more. Whatever be your subject, how can you bring in some of this into your lesson plans to make them really student-friendly? Your students will love you for it. And literally, they will want to learn your subject. So as our writers and artists have been saying, I have been saying for years,